You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Oh, we're in for quite an episode. And I know I say this every week. You know, I normally hype it up, but there's just some episodes where it's just overrunneth. My cup is overrunneth with tea and information, important information. Let's be clear. It's not just mess. It's actually insightful because it's dealing with government entities and our taxpayer dollars. Since we are trying to be fiscally responsible, you know, that's the theme of this summer of labor unrest, which looks like it's coming down to a close in the city of Philadelphia, or we thought. But we'll get more to that later. But I just wanted to let you all know we will be talking about that. And you know what that is. And when we get to that, brace yourselves, because we'll be talking about that and a little bit of this and a little bit of everything else. But yeah, I've been enjoying the summer. I'm like really in summer now. I feel like I'm, you know, we're in that spot. Now, peak summer has not hit yet. It's coming in 2 weeks because, you know, I'll be getting ready to go to Martha's Vineyard, my annual first week of August spectacular. It's been like this will be the third consecutive summer. And I like it. I really do. After the pandemic, I told myself, and Mr. Johnson, I said, we should do something, you know, when this is all over, we should really, you know, explore. Now, I was not going abroad all the time. You know, I don't really travel abroad. Especially with everything going on right now. Like, you know, we hear so many stories. People go and they don't come back, or they're caught up in some shit with this administration. If I was going to go abroad like that, I would have did it, you know, during the last years of Biden. But you'll say, well, wait a minute, you went to, you know, you went to Oxford. I did. But, you know, it's, you know, I've been wanting to go to, you know, Great Britain for quite some time. Y'all know that was on my bucket list for a minute. And if I was ever be stuck somewhere else in the world, you know, it would either be Ghana or it would be England, because it wouldn't be too, the food isn't all that. And I think a lot of people have started to not acknowledge that I was right about the food situation, but it is not that remarkably different from the US. You know, they speak English. You know, there's certain cultural acknowledgments. They recognize the Queen is also Beyonce there. Like, there's a lot of things that they have in common with us over here on the other side of the Atlantic. But, you know, it just, that's an easy, you know, go back and forth. And plus I would still have a career. You know, I would just be on Piers Morgan in person. I would still be, you know, having some level of relevance. But with all that being said, I'm not trying to go abroad unless there is a bag or a very significant reason, because with everything going on right now, I'm not pressed. I'm just not pressed. So anyway, I just want us to do something that was, you know, different beyond our typical summer. And so we both came to the understanding of, you know, Martha's Vineyard is great because it has a lot of rich Black history, especially in August. Before you all start, I saw that polo, Ralph, I'm going to tease this because I know it's going to drive some folks crazy. That Ralph Lauren special, you know, because Ralph Lauren has it's a joke. If you know, Black folks, you know, you know where that came from and you know what the joke is. So I'll say it differently this time. I did hear about that Ralph Lauren collection, and for starters, I won't be buying any of that. Not that I think it's bad. I know the designer went to Morehouse, blah, blah, blah. But it's like an HBCU colloquial collection with Oak Bluffs, which I do stay in Oak Bluffs now. I used to stay in Eggerstown. That was my first year, which was fun. But Oak Bluffs was great last year, and we're coming back again to Oak Bluffs. But some stuff you just like, Okay, that's, I enjoy my time. I not necessarily need a fashion collection for myself. But there's some people who, that might be what they like. And if they want the Ralph Lauren attire and appeal, by all means, go at it. I just think, for me, I think it's a little excessive. Excessive because it's like, why would I need to wear, like, there's so many other brands there. And I'm not going into the black owned, white owned company thing, because I understand that's, I understand there's so much nuance between why folks are defending this particular line, and money goes to HBCUs. I argue pennies to the dollar because of how much money they make off of it. But again, I'm not going to get into economics of that line. I do think it's nice that there's some other aspects of it that's going to support this historic museum in Oak Bluffs, and supporting this Black designer. Great, wonderful. Again, back to why I'm not crazy about it is that I just have my own niche of, and this might be, I'll say some folks might find it pretentious, but whatever. I just think that there are certain, like, when you go to any like cultural experiences or, institutions, whatever, right? Part of the allure of the brands is what's there that's already there, rather than people's romanticized interpretation and profiting off of the aesthetic that already has one. Martha's Vineyard has an aesthetic. Those who go frequently, there are certain brands and clothes and things that already exist within the concept, right? There is, say, Levi, which is awesome. I like their clothes there. There is the Black Dog, which has its own thing. Vineyard Vines. Like, there is a certain look and aesthetic and brands that are there at the actual island that, if you want to be a part of the cultural look and aesthetic, those are the things that people wear there. I know there's going to be a sea of people that this August are going to be draped in that Polo Ralph Lauren collection. But the shade is, and I might sound a little, again, pretentious, but you will know that those people, a lot of them that are going to wear that, are not going to be typical regulars on the island. Trust me, the first year I went, I realized it very clear. I was like, okay, got it. But I already kind of did my research prior to going there and already knew. But I'm telling you right now, there is an 80 to 90% chance that a lot of the people who will be wearing that Polo Ralph Lauren collection is going to be first timers there, or super young, very young people. It's not going to be the actual folks that go on a regular basis. Those people are going to be wearing a Black Dog shirt. They're going to be wearing those silly Vineyard Vine colors. A little bit of Lizzie Pulitzer might sparkle in and sprinkle into some of that stuff. Some Nantucket brands. There's a certain aesthetic. And those who've been know. And that's what they're going to wear. They're not wearing that. They're going to, it's a very particular look. And it's not that. And so, personally, I respect that thing, because I think about even like when I was in college, right? University of Pennsylvania, of course, class of 2014. There are, like, when people have tried to make their own versions of the Penn sweater, nothing beats the original Penn sweater. And everybody know what I'm talking about. It's the blue with the red P. It's been redone by 1,000 different groups and people have made their own versions. But there is a specific one. And those who went to Penn know it's that one. That is the one that tells you everything you need to know, right? So many different brands and companies have tried to remake Penn attire and have sold it at different stores. I remember Forever 21 had a moment where they had a couple of Penn items, but it does not hit compared to that Penn bookstore. The Penn bookstore has the best Penn swag. The way the designer and the licensing group that makes that material, you know when it comes from the Penn bookstore and you know when it does not. And words can't describe it. I don't know about your college. I don't know about it. Like, even USC, like, as a USC alum as well, class of 2020. When I went to the USC bookstore and bought the sweaters and gear. All the stuff that they were selling online, it don't hit that store. That store and the stuff out of that store, the licensing, the way that they design it, it is a certain feel, look, and quality that's unmatched and undeniable. When I see other schools, like a lot of HBCUs, Morehouse does this in Spelman, they've licensed so much of their stuff with other people. And respectfully, and no shade, but I think to some extent, it gets really hard to distinguish what is the actual core Morehouse brand, like as far as in a fashion aesthetic. And why am I going into fashion in these things? Because to some extent it's irrelevant, but to some extent culture matters. And yeah, it just do. And I think more and more as we see the world have so many culture vultures take space, it's going to be more important now more than ever to gatekeep certain memories, experiences, and customs. I do believe in that to a certain extent. Now, I am not some of these people, which, talking on the topic of gatekeeping, that is critical about Black people coming to Martha's Vineyard for the first time or stopping by as a summer trip and how the experience has gotten different and become less and less fun. I do think there's a tinge of elitism in that, and I don't like that narrative of it. And people have asked me questions about it. First of all, I am new. I'm relatively new to this. This is my third year going. I go, I have a good time. I eat, I travel. It's fun. But I also experience, and I will say, so I will give this a little bit of merit. I go and experience the island the way that some would argue, which again is debatable, should be experienced. Like, you go support the local, businesses. You experience the beach. You experience the restaurants. You stay in the local lodges and spots that are there. And you stay there for a good amount of time. You don't just come in and out. I mean, desirably. So I do get that, right? However, I do get some of the critiques of, okay, if this is the experience that you're saying is this Black summer experience, next, and let me be clear, there's other Black beaches across the country. Martha's Vineyard is not the only one. There's Sag Harbor, there is the Gullah Islands, Geechee Islands. You got Virginia Beach. You got a lot of spots that do have rich history. It's not just, I would even argue, Galveston in Texas. I mean, I know it's not a Black beach per se, but it's got a history there. There's beaches all over, to be clear. But I will say all that to say that there is a history, and there are some people, which it seems to be getting like this every year. What I call the club promoter. The club promoters get on my nerves. The ones who are not from there originally. They go, they rent out a piece of land, and they want to turn up and take their dumb, annoying ass. See, I get a little bit of frustration, and they come and they want to turn it into something that it's not. And it's so annoying. Like, club promoters might be on my top 10 list of most annoying types of people, because it's just the most gross, capitalistic, annoying tone deafness that they have. Not all of them. I'm not all of them, but a lot of them, a great number of them, where everything is just a party, and it's a party at the wrong time. It's a party at the wrong place. It's just so, but they'll argue that, well, crowds come and people spend money. It's like, yeah, but not the right people. But anyway, I digress. But there is that sense of a club promoter-esque-ness that has come to the Vineyard. Somebody went, and rather than just enjoy it for what it is, said, I want us to turn up. And it's like, but is that really what we need more of here? It's like a developer, right? They developers are my top 10 list of most annoying people. A developer comes to a space and thinks automatically, rather than just let this piece of area breathe and exist, no, we need to build something here. We need to expand something here. We need to create jobs. It's like, no, maybe this island and maybe this piece of area just wants to just breathe in its natural, habitivity. Like, it needs to just be in captivity. It needs to just breathe. It needs to just exist as it is, right? But no, somebody has to feel like we need to expand empire here. And that makes me annoyed. And so there's always going to be people like that. And I feel like club promoters, to a certain extent, are that. There's like the developers of fun. Like, rather than just let something just be cool, they just got to build and make it bigger. And sometimes that's not what it needs. You know what I mean? Like, they're like you know what? That's a good one. They're like they're literally the developers of fun. And I don't mean developers in creating something fun. They're like developers and gentrifiers. Like, oh, we gotta build, it's like they are those people. And we can't stand those people, right? Some of us. Like, sometimes it's not about making more money. Sometimes it's just cool the way it is. And so the developers of fun, in this case, the club promoters, a lot of them have been going to the Vineyard, and every year it seems to be more and more of this outsider-esque, encroaching, where the noise level is getting out of control. The nature of the scene. Like, if you go to Circuit Avenue, which some of these areas, there was always parties. Let me be very clear. The Vineyards always had parties, but there is a certain commercialism that is happening there that I can understand regulars, residents, and folks who live there are starting to get annoyed. And some people blame the show, Summer House Martha's Vineyard, which I don't think it should get all the blame, but they argue that it gave it a Jersey Shore-esque element, that while it was great to promote and encourage a newer generation to go and try it out, it's now created a hyper-capitalism and commercialism that is now kind of encroached on the leisure enjoyment of what made the Vineyard great. And I do agree with that. Like, part of the reason why I do like Martha's Vineyard compared to Atlantic City, I do like Atlantic City. I think Atlantic City is fun. But why I specifically like it is because it is meant to be a place for simplicity, relaxation, reflection, homage to a level of culture and history that's been there. It's a very holistic, enjoyable experience. It's not meant to be Vegas. It's not meant to be Atlantic City. It's not meant to be LA. It's not meant to be all of that. That's what makes it magical, because it's very sacred land. If you know the history of Martha's Vineyard and you really get into it, you're in this ceremonial, sacred, rejuvenating Black island. And you're in space with other people who are descendants of those individuals. And you're having this very thoughtful escape. I love going there because it does feel like an escape. It's like almost a reimagining of, what if this role was really ours? And the ours is, you know what I mean, ours. What would it look like? How could it be? And it's it's a possibility model, right? It's an imagination. The idea of it is beautiful. Sadly, because it is humans that do descend on the island, there are people, right? Not just the developers of fun, the gentrifiers, the club promoters, but there are others that, rather than look at it as this oasis of promise, they do gatekeep. Some folks do gatekeep it in a way that is rooted in elitism and have missed the plot of what it should be and how it could be a rite of passage for those from various class divisions to appreciate and understand it. And maybe if we spent more time educating people about it, and, there's a whole philosophy. I could do a whole montage about that island and what I think about it. The more I go, the more I learn, and the more I think about it and talk about it in a different way. But for me, it's the one time in the summer where I get to get away in a way that I don't think about so much of other things. Like, when I'm in Philly, I'm congested with so much politics and so much other shit. But when I'm there, it does feel like vacation. It does feel like winding down. It does feel like that. And I can understand the frustration of people who are seeing people want to bring Philly, New York, and all those things there, because that's not what it's for. And so I am for that type of gatekeeping. I am for that type of back the fuck off, not in my, not in my, backyard. I am for that, I am for that type of nimbiness. Because sometimes you just have to do that. And so when I see certain people go lately on Instagram or whatnot, I go, oh shit, here they come. Because part of the reason why I also like going is that I try to not be around Philly people. And I say this all the time. I don't want to see Philly people. Unless we are already cool and we already hang out and I like you, I don't want to be around you. Listen, if you can't see me in this city and make lunch with me, I'm not making lunch with you on my vacation. I don't want to link up with you. Don't ask me what parties I'm going to. Yeah, I'm that bitch. Yes, I am that bitch.
We'll be back after a quick break.
Please tune into my podcast, The Ruthless Truth, featuring me, Truth Davis. This is an opinion and teaching platform based on my unique life experience. I'm an inner city kid who ascended to the C-suite of a Fortune 100 company, so I've seen some things. In the most recent episode, I'll tell you if you are leadership material, or catch up on past episodes, including my momentous meeting with Steve Jobs that shaped the development path of the iPhone. Again, please listen to The Ruthless Truth with Truth Davis.
Yes, I am. I don't care. If we bump into each other, hi, fuck off. Like, I don't want to see you. I can't, because part of it is, at least from my vacation experience, I want to be away from it. I want to be away from Philly. There's a couple of people I know in Philly that I do see that are there and been there, and they have a beach house. Oh, I love to go. I like to eat your food. I love it. But there's some people that are like, you don't see me other time. Don't use this time to ask me where y'all going. No. Because here's the thing. You're the same, and I'm talking about a couple of people. You're the same people that when you see me at an event in Philly and you see me out and around town, you don't say hi. You don't say hello. You don't try to schedule that meeting and talk. You ignore my emails when I'm fundraising and doing different things. You don't have time for me. But then you see me at the vineyard and it becomes because you don't have any plans. You just kind of came on a whim. You just wanted to come and just, flex. And that's what you do. And then you see someone like me, I got a plan because I don't go anywhere without reservations. I don't go anywhere without invitations. You know how I get down. So of course you're like trying to find that way to link up. No. I'm not your tour guide. I'm not your fun friend. I'm not your vacation buddy. We didn't plan this trip together. Good luck, babe. That's how I really feel. Bluntly. I'm being very blunt. That's how I feel. Don't text me when you're there and say, hey, what's up? Don't hey big head me. I really don't. It's a time for Mr. Johnson and I and a couple of cool friends that I do know. And I also use it as a time to connect with people like my USC folks because a lot of times that's what we do, Black Trojans on the Vineyard. I catch up with people who I don't see another time. Who literally we only see each other oftentimes at the vineyard every summer. And that be the only time we see each other. But like you can have friends in a different place. Like that's it. That's what I like. I like what I like. And sometimes you just got to set those boundaries for yourself. Boundaries are so important. I say this all the time, but boundaries are so important because when they get crossed, you get reminded, did you set them to begin with? And what would it look like if you did? That's another conversation for another day, but it's always a constant theme. But yeah, I say all this to say, when I get to the vineyard, I reach peak summer. I'll be there the first week of August, but I'm looking forward to it. This summer has been fun. Thus far, I've been getting lots of massages and facials and just been taking it easy. Now that Mr. Johnson is at the house more, now that he's a businessman full time, it's been nice to have him around the house, doing my errands, doing other things. But it's been a very, very relaxing summer across the board. I can't complain. And I do want to address this because this came up. This is so random. do I want to talk about this? Let me see. Let me think this through. I'll get to that, what I was going to say in a minute, because I want to make all sense. But yes, I've been getting ready for vacation. I have all of the outfits I want to wear to the vineyard. Yes, I have outfits, things that are appropriate, that fits the part. And no, it's not from the Ralph Lauren collection, as I've said before. But shout out to that man who got that contract and that deal. That's cute for him. But I got my outfits ready. I'm excited about that. Moved my brother into his place. He lives in Center City. Yes, I know. Don't get me started. See, it's always the younger siblings that do the things. Like I told you, his story is just not my story. My Philly story is very different from his Philly story. Everybody has their own journey. I am become that person. We know that story where someone's kid or their younger sibling, they live a different world. I'm telling him, listen, sir, my first apartment was not in Center City. It was not. But here you are, benefiting off the fruits of my labor, as he should. I have no resentment there. But it just goes to show you, that in many ways, your struggle doesn't have to be someone else's struggle. And in many ways, that means you're doing it right as a big brother. I'm going to give him my pound on the back as a big brother, co-signing his lease so he can get into this apartment, which I do like. I do like it. It's very nice. We moved him in this past weekend. He's officially an adult. Woo! But let me say this though. Let me just say that moving into a new place in Philadelphia, see, this is why I signed 2-3 year leases. I can't do the moving every year. I can't. This is why, my last places I've lived at, I probably stayed there. Wait, let me see. The first place I had, my studio apartment, that was $450 a month. The first place I moved out of. Now this kid is paying 3 times the amount I'm paying. But anywho, that place I moved in 2014. I moved out when Trump got elected. That was sweet. I stayed there for 3 years. Then my next place, I stayed at for 5 years. And I'm currently living in my new place for the past 3 years. And I just signed another extension on that. So I'll be staying there. I'll be staying here for at the minimum 5 years. I don't like to move. I don't. Even though I could expand space, because, well, here's the thing. If I decide to move, y'all, I might move into a bigger, even larger space than I'm currently living at in the same building. Because here's the gag. The gag is the last place I lived at, which I outgrown, and now is on fire. It blew up, literally. It's no longer in existence. So I was gonna have to move out of there anyway, but I digress. I wanted to live in a bigger place in the building I previously lived at. The building has now set on fire. It doesn't even exist anymore. So everything of the essence. But I moved into a brand new building. It's great. I have no complaints. But that's how gung-ho I am on not wanting to leave places. I hate moving. I don't like moving. I don't like packing shit. If I could just, But the place I currently live at now, there's so many different size units and things. And some of you are like, oh, Ernest, why won't you be a homeowner? Blah, 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 blah. Let me tell you something. I'm about to digress a little bit, but I don't see it. I want to be super, super, super rich before I get a home, because I have certain needs. And I don't want to have to shortcut any of my needs and efficiencies. If I can't do it all the way, I don't want to do it any kind of way. That's just who I am. That's just how I get down. Okay? The E stands for extra, and the O stands for overdoing it, or outstanding, or overachiever. I just can't, I can't do it any other way. So no, the thing is, I see homes out in Philadelphia. I'm not impressed. No shade to the Philadelphia home market. I'm a little spoiled because I grew up in Texas, and I just know what a house should look like. I know what I should be paying. And, look, my parents, back home, 5-bedroom house, okay, with a lake outside, okay, and a nice, quiet neighborhood with a good public school. and you can jog and you can bike ride and it's beautiful. And you see trees, all trees everywhere. Okay. The amount of the mortgage that house costs down there in Cinco Ranch compared to, that's near Katy for those who don't know the area. My house where I grew up, where I currently live, not where I grew up, okay? Because we did not grow up like that. It wasn't bad though, but where my family currently lives in Texas, they live in the Cinco Ranch area near Katy Mills, that area. So we're like in the suburbs, what you would consider like the main line of Houston. Not Houston, I guess. We're not in the Houston school district or anything like that, but we're in that area. If I don't know, like when I look at that area, right, that's what I think a home looks like. And if I don't live like that, if I can't get a house like that, if I can't do it like that, I don't want to do it. And I know there are other houses in other areas, and I know there's other neighborhoods like that, Glenlyn, and all these other areas out there, Ardmore. But see, that's going to take me further away from the city. And the way in which I work, and I don't drive. I want to be in Philadelphia County. I need to vote. I need to impact these elections. When you live in Ardmore in these places, you don't live in Philadelphia. You can't vote for city council. And I am I am one of those people. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna say it. Some of y'all gonna judge this, but whatever. I feel like I will have no real place to really talk my shit about Philly politics if I am not a taxpayer living. Now, I know there's a lot of people that got opinions about Philadelphia. Ryan Boyer, who does not live in Philadelphia. He lives in Yaden, around that area. There's a lot of people out here that some of y'all faves, and I'm not going to call all of them out, but do not live in Philadelphia. Okay? Do not live in Philadelphia and got so much to say about Philly. They don't pay tax dollars here. Yeah, they used to live here. They used to grow up here, but they don't live here anymore. And for various reasons, that's fine. But I cannot, in good conscience, this is my own conscience. This is my own moral dilemma. But as a local journalist, as someone who lives in Philadelphia, I just feel like I would be wrong to talk about the quality of our schools and to have all these opinions and tell people what to do if I don't have any skin in the game. So Mr. Owens and Mr. Johnson are living in Philadelphia. We are here. We work here. We do business here. We support the kids here. We vote in the public school. We are here. And we ain't going anywhere in the near future. And so I just believe in that deeply. There are some people who have been here longer, lived here, grew up here, can't live here, want to put their kids in schools. I'm not judging people for that. But for me, I just talk too much shit about Philadelphia that I know I'll be crucified if I did not live here and pay taxes in this city and do business. And I just know. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. But also part of it is I don't have kids. Right. So I don't also have a lot of the obligations that some might have about whether they will put their kid in a public school and in the conditions of other things. I get that. So part of it, I do acknowledge my circumstances are very different from others. See, we always gonna hold balance on this show. We not before, because I'm thinking for you. You're like, well, do you have? I know. I get it. There's no judgment there. I'm just saying for myself. I personally would feel a little hypocritical to have all these opinions about Philly, talk about Philly, and don't live in Philadelphia for myself, just in my opinion. But that being said, that's why I just don't know if I could be a homeowner in Philadelphia, because I don't want to roll home. I don't. And no shade to those who got to roll home. I have just seen the mountaintop. I have seen what money could do. And so if I'm not living the way I want to live, in a house, like I grew up, in my later years of my adolescence, not more of my upper teen years, but like even when I was in a townhome growing up, like I was like 18 in a townhouse, and that was in the heart of Houston. Okay, we was living still in Houston on Highway 6. Those townhomes would eat you all's homes. Okay, do you even have townhomes in Philly? Do you even know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Maybe y'all do. But there used to be townhomes and then homes. Okay. I don't know what y'all doing here with this house situation. The amount, like, I get judged when I tell I got friends back in Houston that got homes, baby. And they got homes. Not a house, a home. And the cost that they pay for their mortgage is comparable. I'm talking about 5 bedrooms. I keep saying it's 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. I want y'all to really understand, okay? And these people are not filthy rich, okay? They're not filthy rich. They're not wealthy. They make a decent living. The amount that they pay for their mortgages and things like that is comparable to how much I'm paying in rent in other places. When I see some of you all and what you all pay in mortgage for these little spots, because I know the principle, I in my right mind cannot do it. And if you knew where I live, you might relocate and go down to Katy too. You might go down to Houston and somewhere and get you a house. Just saying. Y'all get so happy about these little plots of land for your little gardens. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying. And you want to convince people like me when I got a back home little garden, baby, we got orchard, okay? We got a parcel. We got acres. It's just a different world. And I know, because Houston got so much land. Texas got so much land. Texas is big. You talk about Atlanta, all these little southern areas, like they got big plots of land. But y'all be talking about a backyard, and I'd be like, that's not really a backyard. But again, everybody's different. It's very different. Like there are people who got playgrounds in areas. I want y'all to go on Google. Maybe that's the thing. Here's a homework assignment for you real estate people into property. Go look up Cinco Ranch. That's where my family currently lives in Texas. Go look at those properties. Go look up those properties. Go look up Cinco Ranch. Go look up those properties and those houses and how much they cost in their mortgages and compare them to Philadelphia. And then you will understand why Mr. Owens and Mr. Johnson does not have a house in Philadelphia. You will understand it. That's what I will tell you. That's what I'll say. Look up those homes. Look up those neighborhoods. Look up those libraries and those schools. And you will understand why I refuse to be a homeowner. Now, I digressed, but I just had to have that tangent because I'm getting, y'all ask me these questions. You Keller Williams homeowners, y'all can't say that shit to me. Don't come over here trying to sell me on some property. Don't do it. Just don't. I don't want to be a slumlord. I have no interest in doing any of that. Just leave me alone because I've seen the promised land. I've seen the mountaintop. I didn't seen it. I know there's a better future on the horizon. Okay. On the other side. I know there is. I know it is. And sometimes people get caught up in the rhetoric. You can't rhetoric me. But I digress. So we moved him in. It's got a nice place. I feel good. I had to co-sign it. And let me say this about co-signing, y'all. They're asking for too much business. There's too much information. To be a co-signer and get my brother into his spot, I don't know what these apartments are doing nowadays. What you fucking lease property owners, but y'all asking for too much business. It usually didn't get that real. What happened to the hood days where you could just give people first month, last month, security deposit and say, get out my face and mind your business. It's go side the lease. Listen, I know housing rights. I get it. I know people are talking about the whole, reduce, but damn it, y'all asking for so much information. I was like, you got to see the account. You got to see the money in the bank account. God damn. Like what? This is too much information. Like they was just doing the most. You got to pay an application fee. Then you got to pay another application fee once you get approved, the confirmation fee. Oh, y'all making bread over there. I'm in the wrong market. But it's ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Like going through the application process with him and then, okay, I may be talking too much, but whatever. He's only going to do it for a year because he has aspirations to go to law school. I said, I'm doing all this for a 1-year lease. You can't even commit to 2 kids. Like, can we... He wants to go to law school, which I'm not mad at that. We need more black men in law. We need more lawyers. We need, especially in this era, listen, if it was ever a time to be a lawyer, now would be the time. He's interested in being a lawyer. So he only wants to commit to 1 year because he's studying for the LSAT while working and he wants to go to law school and he doesn't know where he's going to be afterwards. I'm trying to get him to stay. I want him to, I'm a little much, but I kind of want him to stay in Philly. I want him to go to Temple Law School, but he might go somewhere else and he has the right to aim higher. So I'm not going to impede too much. but I do kind of like him around. It is kind of fun. Given that I don't have any kids of my own, I do enjoy him being around and, teaching him things. But I kind of want him to stay in Philly. I really do. And listen, if it's not Temple law, it could be Penn law, it could be Villanova law. We'll take it all, right? But it will be his choice. He has the right. He does. So he doesn't want to commit himself, which I do get, because it will be messy if he gets into somewhere and he relocates and he's stuck with a 1-year lease. So he is being responsible. He is doing the right way. I just know the place that he got a good deal on, that rent is going to go up in a year. And it's going to be a mess, but we'll get there when we get there, as we always do. I mean, even him staying in Philly as long as he has had, even afterwards, was a blessing, because at one point in time, he thought about going back to Texas for a minute, but he wants to be here a little longer. Single guy, too, which is, you're single in Center City. What a catch. A tall, young black man, young, attractive, law school aspirations, living in Center City in his own place. They don't make them like that anymore. But he's enjoying his single life. He was in a relationship boot up for most of his time in undergrad. And so I think he's just enjoying some time to himself. I'm not mad at it. But we celebrated with dinner at Apricot Stone. They have relocated, ironically enough, they're in Fishtown. That's the BYOB that serves the really good Middle Eastern cuisine. Lots of good food. Lebanese, is it Lebanese? No, Albanian cuisine. Yes, Albanian cuisine. Very good food. It's one of my favorite BYOBs in the city, period. Definitely in my top 5. Like, Apricot Stone is just phenomenal, like, across the board. I always say this, and Mr. Johnson tells me I shouldn't market it this way, but I am going to say this. First of all, super affordable. Super affordable. Like, they got a tasting menu situation for $50 that includes all these great toppings and main courses, including dessert. And on their dessert menu, they got a new dessert, a Dubai chocolate, which I know I've heard about the Dubai chocolate crave. Y'all didn't tell me about Dubai chocolate. Not that y'all do, because y'all know I hate trends. But I would say this Dubai chocolate trend, I do like it. For those who don't know what Dubai chocolate is, it is chocolate. But it's a really good chocolate. This chocolate is, it has a filling made with kadif and pistachio. It was created by the Emirati fixed chocolate, dessert chocolates here in Dubai. It got really popular last year by influencers on social media. So I will say the TikTokers really did bring this to the public eye and attention. But now the Dubai chocolate is everywhere. Now, one place that I like to get, if you want to get it somewhere for fun, 7-Eleven, interesting enough. That's why I first, was convinced to buy it. 7-Eleven got a company called B Max Dubai style chocolate. I like their version, and it's $20. So it is not cheap, but they also sell it on GoPuff for around $20 as well. But it's a whole bar. Now, it's really rich though. So let me just say this. You don't eat a whole bar of Dubai chocolate in one setting. You have a little piece and it hits the spot. So it's one of those, it lasts long. Like, you put it in the freezer and, or the fridge or whatever, and you just, you pop one, you take a little bump, to ease the, to ease the tension. But, I'll have like a little piece, just a little piece, savor it, and I'm good. Like, I don't need to have the whole bar. It's really good though. It's so good. So, fun fact, when I was at the Alpha General Convention, I was staying at the Notary Hotel, and there's that 7-Eleven right there, because the main hotel was the Marriott Courtyard. So there's that like 7-Eleven right there, right next to Maggiano's. So I found myself going in there to get some water, some stuff to stock my hotel suite. And when I went in there, the guy this woman was looking at it. And I did something very nice. I'm a gentleman. I'm a nice gentleman. This nice, little sweet black woman was there. She's a little older. And she was looking at it because she saw it and she was like, oh, what's this? And she just was looking at this and she was just like, oh, that's too much. I can't afford that. And she seemed like she really wanted, she said, I have to come back and get it another time. And I was like, what's that? She's like, oh, it's Dubai chocolate. Everybody's talking about it. And I said, oh, I need to get that. So I bought myself one and I bought her one because he's right next to each other. No, it's the sweet little thing I do. It's like, nah, I'll buy you one, I'll buy me one. So I bought her one and she was so excited and she was just so surprised. And so she tried it right on site. And the way her face lit up, because she never had it before, but she was curious about it. The way her face lit up, I said, oh shit, I gotta have this. I gotta try this tonight. So that night I went to my room, had it. I was like, oh, this is good. Put it in the fridge. So this story does not end well. Moving out, getting everything out, getting all my shit out, ready to pack up my shit to leave. Oh, in a hurry to leave the hotel, I forget the fucking chocolate. So whoever is the room keeper, the person who keeps the housekeeper for that hotel, listen, maybe they probably threw it out, who knows? But there is in the suite on the 6th floor, there is a bar of Dubai chocolate that is in that freezer, sitting there, that only has about one line that's been ate. But the rest, is still there. So, if it's still in that freezer, it's probably, because it's preserved. It's not like it's, it's spoiled or anything. You could return the sender to West Philly. You could bring it right here to West Philly. But they probably ate it or threw it away, which is... But at least I did something kind. At least somebody got the Dubai chocolate they want. So I haven't had it since, and I've been wanting to go back and have it. But, for all of my friends, I'm going to, this is going to be on my list for gifts. To those who know my birthday party, my gifts. I like Moet. Okay? I like Moet. I like a good bottle of Moet Rosé. I like Veuve champagne. I like, of course, Blue Coat gin. Elderflower flavor, if you're nasty. Now we're going to put Dubai chocolate on that list. Dubai chocolate is now on the list of acceptable birthday gifts that you can bring to me. So we got champagne, Moet Rosé, only Moet Rosé. It cannot be any other type of rosé. Only the Moet Rosé, the imperial one. You know what I'm talking about for those who drink. I like that I like the suckleberry sweetness of that tartness. Of course, Veuve champagne never goes out of style. We love that champagne from Veuve. Veuve Coquette, for those who observe. We love our Blue Coat elderflower gin, or the regular a regular Blue Coat gin. Dubai chocolate is now on the list. From B-Max, but we'll take any other type of Dubai chocolate. But that is now on the list of acceptable, permissible gifts you can give me. That's now on the list. Oh, and of course, we never get tired of a gift card from where? For those who know me really well. CVS gift cards are always permissible if you are out of time and out of time. And we also love, Kiehl's gift cards as well. Those are my guarantee. You all give me any of those gifts that I just named. And if I'm getting really, really specific, gift cards to Friday, Saturday, Sunday never goes out of style either. But any of those things, you'll get my mouth dropping. You'll get me, not in that kind of way, stay, pause. But you'll get me in a level of stunness and shockness, and I will eek or something, because those are my things. Those are my favorite things. But Dubai chocolate is now on that list. So I had some Dubai chocolate at Apricot Stone. They have it on their dessert menu as an option. So when you do the tasting menu, you can get their version. They make it, I think it's homemade, or maybe they get it from somewhere, but it is good. And the way they serve it on the plate with the pistachio on top, it is good. It is a very good dessert. It was my fix, and I've been wanting some Dubai chocolate in a minute, and that is just good. Who's gonna make the Dubai chocolate ice cream? Okay, Jenny's, get on your job. Okay, somebody needs to make a Dubai ice cream mainstream. Okay, because I will buy that shit every week. I'm going to gain up all the weight I lost in the past year. If listen, I will fuck that up, okay? Because that is, Oh, so good. If you've not had it, I'm just shameless plug. I have no brand. No one's paid me to promote it or nothing. I have no influence to deal with it. I just really like it so much, and I want to encourage you to try it and get into it. But listen, if you are a Dubai chocolatier listening to this podcast, getting them DMs, we listen. I will hype you up. B Max, let's talk. Somebody, let's make a deal here. Let's make a brand deal. I'm down for it. Okay. So y'all don't have to pay for subscriptions for this show. Keep paying those subscriptions. But apricot stone is phenomenal. So back to what Mr. Johnson told me not to say, even though I definitely feel like it makes the point. If you can't get into Zahav, and many of you all struggle to get in there because the reservations, there's always reservations. If you can't get into Zahav or do not want to pay Zahav money for their dinner, come over to apricot stone. Now, Mr. Johnson saying that kind of can come off as diminishing the value and the uniqueness of apricot stone. Fair point. But I say this that as a marketing standpoint, a lot of you all think that the only place to get good Middle Eastern food in this type of cuisine, in this type of way, in that type of setting, because they have a tasting menu, right? There's other great places across the city that do. You can give me a long list. I know the places. I used to be at Eater. Y'all know I'm at Eater. Y'all know I did a list on this. I know there's other places. But I'm saying the quality and the tasting menu aspect, a lot of people feel like they got to go to Laser Wolf or another Michael Salmanov restaurant. And Michael Salmanov is, I'm cool with him. I like his restaurants. I've gone, I promote, I support. However, there are other places, right? And this place in particular, I like Renata's in University City, West Philly area. I like Renata's, But this particular tasting menu, the way that they do it, I find it to be the comparable to the experience I have as Zahav. Now, they don't serve the same dishes. Zahav is a little bit more, the recipes are a little bit more intense. They got like pomegranate, lamb shoulders and things, which is an iconic dish in the city, by the way. That lamb shoulder at Zahav is phenomenal. However, look, sometimes you don't want to break the bank. Sometimes you don't want to pay for liquor. Sometimes you want to bring your own bottle, right? Like, I love a good bottle of Syrah red wine to go with the lamb kebabs I had. Like, I love the pair of my reds. Sometimes you want something that's not going to break the bank. For the three of us to go to that dinner on Saturday was $150. That was it. For the three of us to have the feast that we had. If I was to go to Zahav, that would be the cost and some more money for just Mr. Johnson now. So if you want to have a nice, and the thing about it is that apricot stone does not diminish in its quality of its food and ingredients. They just got a good program there. They're just doing it a certain type of way that's efficient. And I love it. I just really do. So for those people who want to go to the Zahav and can't get in and feel like you just can't go anywhere else, or you just got to do takeout, apricot stone is right there. It is. You can get a reservation. They pretty much do have room. They do walk-ins, but making a reservation does not hurt. Very affordable. Lots of food. You're never going to leave out of there hungry. I've never left hungry. I've never left craving. Like, it's just, so much you can take leftovers. So, yeah, I just cannot praise them enough. So I'm thinking about some other things I want to say before I get into some other tea. We have a lot to catch up on, as you can imagine. Black Star Film Festival is this upcoming week. I'll be making some appearances, some events, and some mixes and parties. So if you catch me around, don't be a stranger. I won't be at everything because, I have a lot of stuff I got going on, getting ready for Martha's Vineyard and whatnot. But I will be around. So Black Star Film Festival. And before you all start, no, I'm not going to the African American Film Festival at Martha's Vineyard. I know that's the first week of August as well. No, I'm just, listen, I just like to go because a lot of people are there, and I like to, bump into famous folks. Groupie. But what I will say is that people always say, what's the difference between these film festivals? No shade to that film festival, Martha's Vineyard. But the Black Star Film Festival is for cinephiles. It's for people, black cinephiles. Let me be very clear, black cinephiles. This is the most experimental, unique, independent type of content that you will not see anywhere else curated in the way that it is. This is the Black Filmmakers Film Festival. This is for people who are interested in what the future of Black cinema can look like, feel like, sound like. This is a film festival that is hyper local, hyper intentional, and community driven, right? It is not commercial. It is not the major studios pushing shit down your throat. This is for the folks that when they say, where are the Black creators and artists in cinema that are doing really dope Black filmmaking? This is for you all. The people that come and showcase their work have a message. They have a purpose. They have thought. It's not about being an Oscar winner. It's not about trying to be the next Will Packer. These people are in the same lens of where Ava DuVernay used to be. A lot of your favorite Black filmmakers, the Barry Jenkins of the world, these people came from the origins of Black Star and this type of space. It's very different. It's a very different experience and a very different community. And every summer in Philadelphia, this has become a cultural phenomenon, and it continues to grow and blossom in its own way. There's a lot of great people in Philadelphia that's a part of it. Shout out to my good friend Taib Smith and others who are very interested in it. I'm a part of the committee that do the big fundraising gala, because I love a good gala. I'm a part of that host committee, and this is going to be my third year attending and being a part, and my second year on the host committee. But there's a big, huge gala that they do in December to raise money for this film festival. And it's so important because it's somebody who loves the arts, as you all know, and really love Black art. I'm going to be a part of these communities as well. And a lot of people don't even know that. Like, I'm a part of the West Philadelphia Arts Coalition. We just gave out some grants to some West Philadelphia artist in residency at the Paul Robeson home, which is not too far from where I live. And I'm all deep in that scene. I don't flash it a lot, but oh yes, I'm one of those folks. But it's so important to support these spaces. Like, I just don't talk the game. I invest in the game. I put money, time, and expertise into the game. I volunteer my services to it to make it great. I advise and mentor and really help promote. And we got to do that. These are the things I like to do. So when I get these venture capitalists and folks that want to ask me to invest in this and go to this and be a part of this and do some capitalistic shit, I'm like, no. I do enough of that in my media work. I want to lend my time and service to preserving and amplifying actual shit I give a fuck about. And the Black Star Film Festival is something I absolutely give a fuck about. So if you have not gotten tickets, get tickets. If you're looking for something that's not, and I'm going to throw my shade, not Tyler Perry, you always wonder where the Black movies are. You're tired of the narratives, the stereotypes, and you're always saying, why is all these Black films depicting slavery and depicting this and depicting that? The Black Star Film Festival will excite you. It will motivate you. You'll realize that there are other Black great filmmakers out here that's not with the last name Lee, DuVernay, and Jenkins. Or Packer, right? That there are other Black filmmakers that are doing some incredible work that are on the horizon. It's going to be the next big thing if we allow them to flourish, if we support the films and the work that they're doing right now. There is someone in that festival, several people in that festival that can be the future. They can be the next Ryan Coogler. People like him who got his, some of his films in his start in these indie spaces. These are the hubs that, similar ones, these independent film hubs that are breeding these types of future talents. We gotta continue to support them. The Costas of the world, these filmmakers, they're here. They're in our city. They're going to be in our city this upcoming week. We need to support them and celebrate them. So if you can get a chance to go to the Black Star Film Festival, check out their work, Find out ways to support and donate to them. Go to their events and mix and mingle. This is the place to be. The other film festival in Martha's Vineyard, see, I like to throw shade, but it's commercial. It's like the Afro punk of it all. It's like the Blavity Black of it all. It's like the, Issa Rae, Oscar winners, Emmy winners, celebrities. It's the commercial films that you all say you don't want to see more of, but they sell them. The ticket prices are extremely expensive and inaccessible. You got to go to Martha's Vineyard, which is already a barrier of entry for a lot of folks to access. Yeah, it's that type of thing. Because they really don't want you there. Because they don't want you there. It's for studios and culture vultures to exploit talent and to extract the ideas. And it's about how to make money. Which I'm not against making money, but it's just like, it's so hyper industry. Yeah. That's why I don't go. Because I've been there. I know what they're doing. They're going to promote movies that are going to be at the box office. They're going to promote movies that's been sponsored by McDonald's. It's going to be all of that. It's not my kind of art. I mean, granted, I will watch and enjoy it like the next person, but to invest any money into that festival in that kind of way, I just kind of like, It's almost like you're investing in the art that's killing the art you want to see advance. I just want to be on the winning side. I don't know. I'm throwing a lot of shots right now, but I just, and somebody's catching these strays, but there's just two different festivals. And I would say go to both and compare and contrast, but don't do that. Save your money. Go to Black Star Film Festival. Be right here in Philadelphia. Check them out. Support them. Love them. And that is my shameless plug. So, wow, I'm giving y'all a lot of download on today. This is going to be a meaty podcast. Clearly, this is the last podcast episode of July before we get into hot August. So I guess I'm giving y'all something to chew on and reflect on since we're going to close out this month in mess. Did Italian wine dinner with my lit brothers at the Pyramid Club, which was phenomenal. We love a good wine tasting, and y'all know I love the Pyramid Club as a proud member. Great dinner, great catching up with Gio and Jamarcus, and it's been great. Josh had another event he had to go to, otherwise he would have been there. But it was DC3, we held it down. DC3 did. But yeah, that was fun. Did dinner at Posciano Coast early this week for an event I did on the Can You Say That? That was at the National Liberty Museum. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But this opens up what I wanted to talk about, essentially. Two things that are combined. And it got some buzz on my social media. So in my Instagram story over the weekend, I talked about how I feel like food influencing is falling off. I think we are at peak influencer mode. I think that the world is healing in one aspect, and we're going back to celebrity endorsements. We're going back to normalcy a little bit in marketing. I think influencing has reached its peak. I think it's going to go downhill at this point. I think we're at the zenith where we've hit this is as good as it's going to get, and everything else is going to begin to hit. I do think that. I think that influencing has hit a zenith. I think we're at the height of its height, and it's going to now begin to decline. And I think for several reasons. I think ChatGPT and AI has played a role in that, because now people are creating AI influencers, which is disgusting and weird. I also think what they're creating is AI musicians now, so that's even worse. I think that the market has become oversaturated. I think a lot of people are doing it or trying to do it. I feel like every week, at least in the Philadelphia food scene, there's a new face popping up trying to do this. And it's just like, this is getting tired. The content is just not innovative. I think we're seeing the same thing. It's feeling like a commercial. It's feeling like when you scroll down, it's a 15-second commercial with some bad narration and some Stepford wife type of energy where somebody is like demonstrating something or telling you something in this really weird robotic voice. Like, here's your sign to go. This is your sign to go. Follow me as we go to, follow me on my journey to so-and-so's hot chicken. Really good. You gotta try. It's just like, it's becoming so robotic and oversaturation, sensory overload. And now it doesn't even feel good. It's that thing where, I was reading this when I was in college. I studied communication, and they talk about this. There was a class I took on gender and marketing and sex, and they were talking about porn. And, because we don't talk enough about this, and not that I'm going to go on a diatribe about this, because I want to respect, I won't say respect y'all time. I mean, this is a podcast. You're here for it. But there is, porn, the role of porn in mass media is larger than I think people acknowledge. That even within the confines of like the marketing of sexuality comes through a pornographic lens. The hyper-racialized fetishization of certain genders, ethnicities, race, body types, all of that plays into the pornographic imagination. And the more and more we've become hypersexualized in media, the more normalized it's become and the less provocative it's become. Like, how do you push the needle in 2025? Like, I was thinking about, just like I watch, Jocelyn's Cabaret, and I watch Zeus, and I watch, which Jocelyn's Cabaret is coming back in California, which I'm excited about. But like, I'm watching this on Zeus, and I'm realizing when I was watching it, like, wait, these women have their tits out. And I didn't even notice how they were fighting and they were completely topless. And I'm like, there was a time, I mean, I know it's not on network TV, but I was like, there was a time when this would be blanked out. And I didn't even bat an eye. But that's because it's become so pronounced. Like, if you look on Instagram now, and Instagram is a little bit more cleaner. But like X, Twitter, Twitter, the X is the X in Twitter for X or X rated. But the shit is all on the internet now. Like, people are just doing it. It's just so, like, porn in so many ways has been so free falling. Like, so, even if, ironically, even as they try to restrict it in states, like certain websites now will not allow you to access it. They're putting it, at this point, there are so many public accessible apps and spaces online for people to be able to find it. I'm worried about this generation of kids. I mean, at this point, Gen Z and everybody else after that, listen, it's just out there. It's not hard anymore. No pun intended. But the world is just so much. And so I feel like when it's so much everywhere, no one is enthralled about it. It's almost like second nature, to the point where no one's shocked, no one cares. There's no real element now. And so it becomes, well, what will surprise you? What still surprises us is famous people, right? That we're, I guess, nosy about. Like, ooh, there's a video of Michael B. Jordan, leaked nudes of Michael B. Jordan. People are excited about leaked celebrity sex tapes. No one actually is shocked about anyone doing anything unless it's somebody famous or somebody that we wouldn't expect. So now that's the new allure, is not so much the what anymore, but the who is doing the what. So if I said to you, there is some model that is performing fellatio at a beach, some random person, you'll be like, okay, I guess. But if I said, hypothetically, XYZ rapper, celebrity rapper is doing it, you're like, whoa, send me that. Let me see that. We're going back into that. And it's going to happen. So with influencing, I feel like we've had such a food has become so in our face. Good food, bad food, the pornography of food itself. We're seeing so much food So much food is on our timeline, so much restaurants. It's gluttonous, right? We're seeing so much of it that we just don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, and maybe I'm just talking for myself, but like scrolling down my timeline, following these accounts, I mean, how many different ways can you make a cheesesteak look good? How many times are you gonna cut a fucking cookie in half? Like, I'm just kind of like, okay, I don't know. And maybe that's why I lost weight, because I'm just not hungry. Like, I'm hungry, but like, I'm not like, I don't know. I've seen so much of it. I was like the Ron Jeremy, the Hugh Hefner of food. So maybe that's why I just don't be giving a fuck. Like, I get it. Like, my husband, right? He has a bartending business. He still has Bartender Berry. And he doesn't drink that much. He drinks a little bit, but I'm like, why are you that way? Like, why you don't like, he's like, oh, because when I make drinks, we got so much liquor at the house, like, it's ridiculous. Like, I really shouldn't even be asking you all to give me more Blue Coat, but like, I don't need any more liquor. And I'm stocking up on liquor. Like, it is like I'm hoarding it. Like, I should be having more, deodorant and shit. I should be hoarding more like body wash or some shit. I'm hoarding so much liquor like it's the end, I mean, even wine, like, don't even get into my wine collection. But like, when you had seen so much of it, you get desensitized from it. And so, like, I don't know, like, pizza, hamburgers, hoagies, I'm not craving it as much or wanting it as much anymore because I see so much of it now. It just, the allure of it does not feel the same, if that makes sense. And I think that's what we're getting to in the food culture and influencing space. We see so much of it that we don't, there's an abundance trap. And there's research around what I'm talking about. But the sense of abundance, when you feel like there's so much of it, scarcity is what sells us. Things that feel rare or hard to get is what sells us. So food that feels limited edition, food that feels like you can't get this only one time of the summer, that's what entices us. That's why people get so excited about that annoying ass BLT, that's at Middle Child, because they don't make those BLTs all throughout the year. That's why people lose their mind about soft crab in the summer, because you can't get soft crab all throughout the year. There's a reason, y'all, why certain things go in trend and becomes the obsession, because you can't get it everywhere else. Or super expensive things like omakases, right? Like sushi omakase experiences are so expensive that you can't get them everywhere. So there is an allure for that. But some of this shit that we're seeing on our timelines, like hot chicken, I don't want to see another hot chicken sandwich. I don't want to see another hot chicken sandwich. I don't. All these hot chicken sandwiches popping up in Philly, I don't want to see another hot chicken place. I don't care. I don't need to see it. All these cheesesteaks that are popping up, all these cheesesteak spots popping up. I mean, I had a cheesesteak brisket from Mike's Barbecue. It was good. But like, I don't need to see another cheesesteak place. Especially what I call the Angelo's cheesesteak. The seeded roll, the Cooper Sharp cheese, the ribeye, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Like certain stuff, I just feel like Wagyu, we're going to Wagyu ourselves to the end of time. Again, when you have treated something so easy accessible, people are just not crazy about it anymore. People just are not. And I think that's why why Beyonce still works. That's why we still enjoy Beyonce. Because Beyonce knows when to make herself exclusive. She does not overextend. Like when she has an era, she has an era. But this tour is wrapping up, right? She's going to go away for a little bit. We ain't going to see Beyonce for a little bit. We're going to miss her. Food is not like that. And as a result, the influencers and people jump on this bandwagon. I just feel like the content has gotten less interesting, redundant, bland, tacky, cringy. We're not enthused. It's kind of played out. And so, interesting enough, I made a joke in my video of my freezer. And I was trying to joke about Jenny's ice cream. But you all noticed something about my freezer that got me laughing. Is that I did something that I thought everyone was doing. But there is a top row is exclusively made for ice cream pints. And I have a glass shelf. It's like a shelf in my freezer of like layers. And I have an entire section, not the sleeve, but a whole entire section. I guess people supposed to put steaks or patties or something there, but I put all of my ice cream pints there. I really do like ice cream. I really do like ice cream, but not all ice cream. Okay, so buyers, don't give me Briars. I don't want Briars ice cream. And at Turkey Hill, let's not even talk about Turkey Hill or Farm, whatever the fuck that ice cream is. That's trash. Okay, that's not even sweet cream. I don't eat that type of none of that. Okay, but my ice cream, we gotta have Ben and Jerry's. Van Leeuwen's, a little bit of Van Leeuwen. Sometimes I need that type of flavor. Jenny's, of course. Milk John has a couple of good hits. I do enjoy me some Milk John every blue moon. Gotta support local ice cream. I used to be into Haagen-Dazs. Not as much anymore. Talenti has fallen off. I remember there was a time when Talenti used to be really good, but I feel like it's fallen off. And that lid is too hard to open. And I heard they're trying to work on that now, but I think Talenti has fallen off. Yeah, those are my ice cream brands. If you open my freezer at any given time, you're gonna see some Jenny's. You're gonna see some Van Leeuwen's. You're definitely gonna see Ben and Jerry's, and you might catch a couple of fun exotic flavors from Milk John in there. But you all noticed this, and I was trying to make a point about influencing, but you all got caught up into it. So frozen, ice cream gate took precedent. Interesting enough. So that's how we got there. But I have no shame. I like my ice cream. It is what it is. And that's that. So now let's get into this event that I did at the National Liberty Museum. And then we can get into hot topics, of course. So I did this event. Can you say that? That was the event I promoted, with the comedian and with, this author. And it was moderated, right? It was at the National Liberty Museum earlier last week at this point, because if you're listening, if you're in the core 500, you're listening early Monday, so you already know the tea. So I went to this event. I spoke. I was on the panel. Shout out to my folks that came out. You know who you all are. Love you down. Chris came through. Gretchen came through. Big Gretch. Not that Gretch, but Big Gretch. Gretchen Weimer, she been with Trump, so I ain't really feeling her right now. So now Gretchen, my other Gretch, and she knows my Big Gretch came through. And a couple other you all came, bought copies of the book, show love, listen to the talk. It was great stuff. Let me say this. They filmed it, so you'll get to watch it. I will promote it when the pictures and everything, when it releases. I held mine. And I will say, I am happy I got paid. I'm happy that I do not do events like that for free anymore. I'm happy that I have an agent that, one, protects me, but two, defend, advocate, and ensure that I am properly compensated for the time that I spend on these types of panels. That might have been one of the most annoying panels I have been on. I don't regret doing it because I'm happy that the conversation was had, because I think the more and more I do speaking engagements, especially on this topic around council culture, the more I expose the gaps, the hypocrisies, the double standards, and the sheer ignorance of folks who want to debate this issue on the other side. I cannot wait for you all to watch for yourself, for those who were not there, to see how that conversation went. I definitely held my own. And I always get a round of applause and I always get a clap from people in the audience because they feel me. No matter how lackluster the diversity of the room is, the majority of that room was middle-aged white people. And where there were some folks in there that chose to be woefully ignorant, which you'll see in the conversation, all I'm going to say is I held my own. I was the only black man that was in that room. I was not the only black person. There weren't that many black people. I think there was maybe 3 black people that was in there. People were just walking contradictions. And I was able to name it. And I was able to do it. And yeah. All I will say is my agent be knowing what they're talking about. And I never question them. I don't question my group or my team. But I would have been mad as hell if I was not paid to speak on that panel. I'm reminded that my intellect, my expertise is valuable, and the labor that I put into thinking, to speaking, to researching requires compensation if I'm not choosing to be of service. And a lot of times, certain institutions, and I'm not calling anyone out by name specifically or anything, will assume that these intellectual conversations, that it is just discourse. But discourse that is curated to create a level of chaos for public enjoyment, entertainment, people can do that, but you're not going to do it off of my sanity, my respect, my public respect, without acknowledging and paying for that labor. That labor was paid properly, which allows me not to have regrets. I look at my performance and my presence on that panel as work. When people say, oh, you're doing this, you're just doing speaking engagements. Oh no, baby, speaking engagements is work. And I definitely felt like I was doing work on that panel. Especially when there are ticket sales, especially when people are doing entity. Oh no, you have to pay. And you'll be surprised how people think they're doing you a favor by inviting you to come to something and speak on something, as if I haven't been at Oxford Union, as if I have not been on various global, local, regional, national stages prior. Like I have not been in conversation with various people throughout the 10 years I've been on this business. Like I have not sat down with Oprah Winfrey and Michael B. Jordan. Like I've not. You better Google me. You better Google, and you better try it somewhere else. And you better know that my prices are my prices and my rates are my rates. And when I tell people that I deliver on what I am supposed to do, that I have saved events, that I've made events more fruitful, more thoughtful, that I have made an event worthwhile for attendees and guests, that's what you pay for when you book me. You pay for a voice of reason. You pay for somebody to actually hold the line and to provide balance, insight, and clarity. It's not a show if it's not a show if I'm not there. If you're talking about what I'm talking about, I bring the fight. I bring the fire. And I recognize that if I'm not there, if these conversations were to be on their own, they would be dry. People know what they bring when they book me, and they are reminded of my value, my worth. And when I put the mic down and when I step off the stage, there are no questions. But sometimes you're in spaces where people do. They say, well, why are you asking for this much? And I'm not talking about anybody in particular, any group in particular, but they will question, what would you bring or they do. And it's oftentimes racial bias. Yeah, racial bias. Because they'll look at certain other folks and go, well, this person is this and this and this. But have you heard them on a panel? Have you actually heard them speak? Or are they just there? All I'm going to say to people in your space, if you really know your value and your wealth and you have a reputation delivering, do not compromise. Do not settle unless you need to, unless you feel like you have to. Whatever you choose to do it on your own terms. But don't settle if you don't have to, because you will regret it if you do. I am so happy that I did not reduce, settle, or compromise what I was offered and what I was negotiating in a certain type of panel. Because I was reminded of what could happen and to prepare myself. And I was prepared. But you'll see. You'll see. And don't pity it. Just know that your fave got paid to take on some bullshit that went down. And all I will say is, I tell people all the time, we're in an era where people film. People got reputations. You get on a stage and you say some stuff, you better own your shit, because you might have the audience in the room nodding or agreeing, but the rest of the world gonna see that shit. And they're gonna judge you on how you handle it and what you say. Because there's people that in a moment of debate, they'll say anything to sound provocative. They'll say anything to get a laugh. They'll say anything to try to, hold it. But they don't believe what they're saying. And there's gonna be people that's gonna see that. And that's when the shit gets real. So I will just leave it there. When it drops, you'll see. I'll promote it. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in my LinkedIn bio. You'll know. You'll see it. But it's time to be real. It's time to be real. And I'll leave it at that. So let's talk about hot topics. Trump. This Epstein situation, it ain't going away. It is not going away yet. The plot thickens. I thought that after I talked about last week, Trump will find some way. It's just not working. His supporters, even the ones some of the people he exonerated for January 6th, even them, they're calling him a fraud. He's not hitting with them. He has become the establishment. And that's the whole allure, the lure of Trump, even though it was the biggest fucking, what are y'all, it's an oxymoron. But everyone was like, Trump was anti-establishment. That's why they voted for him. But I'm just sitting here looking like, Trump is a billionaire. Trump was one of the most privileged, most influential men in America before he was the president of the United States. Trump has always been the establishment. But for whatever reason, certain people, right, mega supporters, what have you, really drank the Kool-Aid because he sold them their own box. He's no different from any other politician, a masterful politician, because he was able to convince them he was something he was not. And the best politicians are good at that, for better or for worse. Eric Adams is trying to convince people, look how he's running. He's like, I'm one of you. And it's like, Eric, sit down, boo-boo, okay? But to be fair, even Mondani, right? Mondani he's for the working class. He's for the immigrants. But he grew up, with a Columbia father as a professor, as a mom who was a critically acclaimed filmmaker, who literally produced one of the most iconic films of indie films of the era, Mississippi Masala, starring Denzel Washington, the year he was born in 91. The boy is privileged to a certain extent, right? I'm not saying that he's not relatable. He definitely is relatable, but there's always going to be those elements. Even Fetterman, tries to, Fetterman went to fucking Harvard. Fetterman's parents were, they were not wearing, hoodies and sports shorts. That's just an aesthetic. A lot of your faves that be out here fronting. Now, I will say AOC, she's a little bit more relatable. She was a bartender. She was a girl in college. AOC, she's one of the few outliers, right? But a lot of these people that are out here selling those bag of goods. And what's funny is the people that are relatable, we don't give them enough, right? Like Obama, like Michelle Obama. Like, these are people that did come from working class backgrounds, and experiences that then they found themselves, going to college and making a way for themselves and their families. They're the real thing. I'm the real American dream. Me too, right? Like, I am the relatable dude. Like, I grew up in a working class background, went to public school my entire life, made all A's, honor roll, found myself into an Ivy League school on a full ride scholarship, and made a fucking name for myself. My husband is the American dream. Grew up in Trenton, New Jersey, in a family that was on public assistance with a mother who was getting government Medicaid, like, and then found his way with grit, went to a public school in West Trenton and got a scholarship to go to Penn and met the love of his life. And here we are. Yeah, we're the American dream. We're actually the people that you all think are just pomp and circumstance and just a bunch of brothers. We're actually the people that did pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and did, make a way for ourselves in areas and statistics that would have told us that we would not. We're actually the American dream that you all keep giving certain folks credit that don't deserve that credit, okay? We're those people. We're actually the ones that are relatable. And we didn't see people like Trump and John Fetterman and others like that along the way. They were not shooting with us in the gym. They were not. Rightfully so, right? We were not, my parents and folks were not hanging out with, Mondani's parents. Their parents was in a different caliber in society. Okay? Like, let's just keep it 100. Not to say that you can't make good policies and care about folks, but let's be across the board, everybody's doing that in politics. A lot of people are doing that in politics. And then there are people like Cherelle Parker, who, again, we'll get to her in a minute, that, yes, she also has that story, right? She did come from an upscale background. She is the embodiment of the American dream, but the way that she's operating, it is a nightmare, slightly. But there are people who really have those stories. And I'm one of those people. She's one of those people. My husband's one of those people. The Lip brothers are some of those people. The Obamas are those people. But we don't talk about that enough. And so, as somebody who come from that, Trump was never that. Trump was never that. Trump does not know anything about that. But y'all was so mad at the black man. Y'all was so mad at the black woman. Y'all was so mad at these other people that you just had to believe the bag of rocks, this fucking, I'm choosing my words, oligarch was all about. So, yeah, we knew. We knew. I'm not shocked. But again, the mega folks, Trump was anti-establishment. That was what you all are saying. And I got a little surprise for y'all. I'm not going to tell you all the surprise yet, because I want to actually see if it goes down. But you will know next week. Next week's episode, you'll know. Because I'm going to see somebody that I've been waiting to see for a minute. And now we're going to see each other, because I got to come back for that ass. One more. We do for a long overview visit. And I'm not talking about Pierce Morgan. I'm talking about somebody else. But y'all find out who it is and we'll talk about it. But the whole anti-establishment narrative, has always been bullshit from the jump. But people played into it, drank the Kool-Aid, and what have you. Epstein is that moment for Trump. That's his kryptonite. That is the thing that he can't shake. He's trying. Lord knows he's trying. I mean, he's trying to distract about Obama and Hillary. Nobody fucking cares. Who gives a fuck about Hillary? And I'm going to say that to this person if this comes up. Listen. Because here's how power works. Hillary never went to jail. Trump never went to jail. Hillary never got indicted. Trump did get indicted. But all this, we're sending Obama to jail. It's not fucking happening. You know why it's not happening, ladies and gentlemen? Here's a really fun fact. Here's going to make you all fucking laugh. You can thank the Supreme Court on their immunity for the president. The Supreme Court did immunity that basically said that the president cannot get further prosecuted because if they act in the presidency, then it's not illegal if the president does it. That's essentially what allowed Trump to beat all of the further court cases in his first term. Because when the Supreme Court ruled last year that pretty much there is immunity for the president of the United States. Translation, when the president do it, he cannot face any criminal, unless he gets impeached, right? Like if they put him on trial and he gets impeached by Congress, that's pretty much the only way the president will find himself in some type of criminal trouble if he gets impeached. If he does not get impeached, there will be no DOJ striking him down. The Supreme Court has protected him. But what the Supreme Court also did in doing that is that also protected other presidents as well. So Obama is not going to go to jail for anything he did during his presidency, because Trump cannot go to jail for anything he did during his presidency, because the Supreme Court pretty much allowed that protection. That is actually the biggest Supreme Court decision that no one's actually talking enough about, right? Scholarly Supreme Court legal experts are, but this country is not. That was the big deal. That was the big nail in the coffin. I don't think y'all remember a couple of seasons back when I talked about this on my podcast, that we was waiting for the Supreme Court decision. And when the Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor on that issue, that was it. That's why you don't see him getting any criminal, all the talks about jail and the lawsuits, all that stuff went out the window because pretty much the Supreme Court allowed this man to have that immunity. So he's protected. So all this talk about Obama and what could happen to Obama, it's a mass distraction. You can thank the Supreme Court. You can thank those conservatives at the Supreme Court for providing that immunity. There is no real legitimate criminal charges against Obama. And even if there were, it will go out the window thanks to the Supreme Court. So Trump, next trouble, boo. You fucked yourself with that one. Trump is fine. Obama is fine on that. That's a wrap. Hillary, what are you talking about? What are you doing? Stop it. He is trying to throw up every single piece of information to distract. No one's buying it. No one fucking cares. Tulsi Gabbard, go away. No one cares. All of this investigation is just a fucking distraction. Because it was a distraction. See, this is what's going to bite them in the ass. When there was all this talk about investigation in Trump, right? When they said Democrats and everybody was doing all these investigations, right? You all were saying, don't pay that any mind, that was just a witch hunt. Well, what is this? Is this not a witch hunt? Like, I'm trying to hold y'all. Like, I'm trying to, look, if you middle the ground, you're a Republican, if you're a Republican, listen to the show, whatever the case might be, right? Isn't that not a witch hunt? Is that not a distraction? I mean, do y'all not like, where's that? Because I can agree that some of the heightened investigations and inquiries into Trump, some of that was politically motivated. Not all of it. But it was clear that there was a lot of that. And so now you're acting like the Democrats. You're doing the same shit. You're trying to distract. And no one's buying it. Because here's what I will tell you. Powerful people at that magnitude, like ultra powerful people, they're going to take themselves out. It will be their own bullshit that will take them out. Or the people. If the people unify and we revolt, we could get them out. But that's it. Okay? Y'all wait for the courts. Y'all wait for Congress. It's the people. It's the people or them. Let me remind you all that it was Nixon who resigned and took himself out of there. Okay? We could argue there was some pressure. But at the end of the day, who took themselves out and why? Stay woke. Pay attention. It's the people or it's the person in power. Either they're on a suicide mission or it's a revolution. That's it. Y'all want the courts and the judges, man, they'll do what they can. Congress, sure, but it's the people or it's the person in power themselves. Either way. And right now, Trump is in a rock and a hard place because his actions are taking him out on his own. He made the Epstein thing a thing. J.D. Vance going around talking about, yeah, we need to release the files. This is Trump. And now he done found out that people did their jobs. He all up in them files. We know that Trump is in the Epstein files. And that is why he does not want everyone up in them, because he now knows that he will implicate himself. For what? I don't know. That I can't speculate. Allegedly. Okay? But he does not want these files. They go from no files to now, let's move on. Why? Because we now know, it's been reported by several credible sources, including the Wall Street Journal, which used to love them some Trump. Rupert Murdoch is in battles with Trump right now. They used to be homies. The right is turning on their own guy. Are y'all paying attention to what's happening? Have y'all been... I know I say don't watch Fox News, but even Fox News has gotten to a point, because they still mad about that Dominion settlement that they did for their good old... Listen, people are paying, and they're getting sick. And now the QAnons of the world, the Alex Jones, all these people starting to wake up and go, wait a minute. Because like I tried to tell you all, this movement was before MAGA. Trump was... Listen, Tea Party conspiracy theorists, all them people... They was before him. He jumped on that bandwagon and took it to the next level. Which is why I kept telling you all, stop attributing Trump to all of the political chaos that we have. They were already coming. He expedited the process, though. He sped up the level of delusion. It was already going to get here. We don't know when it was going to show up, but Trump they need a face. And Sarah Palin was the face. And when Sarah Palin did not get elected, everything went rogue. And they needed a new leader. And they needed a man. And they needed a man with some power and some influence. And that was Trump. I'm telling y'all. Okay? We look at the Rand Pauls and all these other folks. We're seeing in real time what's happening. It's obvious that now they're over their leader. And we're seeing similar revolutions happening on the other side, right? It's not just a Trump thing, but Trump's in power. He's the president, so now we focus on him a little bit more. But there is a revolution that is taking place in our politics, locally and nationally. No one trusts the establishment anymore. No one wants the establishment on both fucking sides. Nobody wants the Messiah complexes anymore. No, they want new representation and new leadership. We're in that reckoning that's taking place. No one wants neither, right? The ones that have been set up in prime position, they're looking weak. We see it in New York. We're seeing it in national. Pay attention. It's not just the Trump world. We don't want to see it even in the Democratic Party. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, look, they're over him. Chuck Schumer, some of these establishment party players, everybody's getting over them. It is becoming more and more clear that folks are tired of the same folks wagging their fingers, telling us what to do, but we're seeing skeletons in their own closet. And the hypocrisy is becoming louder because the disparity is getting louder. The inequity is getting louder. And all this talk about cancel culture, right? Look who's canceling. And look how they're canceling. All this talk about censorship and free voices. Look what's happening at CBS. And there's some people that want to talk about the left, the liberal media. Just fuck all that. Fuck all that. Because at the end of the day, you keep saying you don't want something to be super political, but it is becoming political. It's always been political, right? You say, oh, the woke, the woke, the woke. You can't blame the woke anymore, baby. We're gone. Isn't woke dead? Right? 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 Remember when everything was, the whole idea around censorship and, cancel culture was put in this woke box, in this DEI box. Well, you didn't kill DEI. And counseling is still happening. Censorship is still happening. Who are the new snowflakes? Because what I've known, and what many of us know for a long time, is that that it wasn't black people, it wasn't queer people, it wasn't women, it wasn't progressives, it wasn't liberal, that to try to frame these things in this very hyper politicalness. What are you saying? Your people are in power. They're the ones making the cancellations. They're the ones censoring. There's no DEI there. Where's the DEI? Where's the critical race theory that you all were saying that was creating this? Oh, because the narrative was killing wokeness, quote unquote, and DEI was going to lead to a level of sanity, right? That things are going to get normal and cancel culture was going to die. And, but it's actually intensified. My book had already said this, laid the foundation. And that's why it's enduring. That's why it continues to evolve and become more essential and timely now, because it said all of this the entire time. I said all of this the entire time. It was right in front of us the entire time. So now Trump is facing his own nightmare. He brought the Epstein thing up. They hyped it up because the plan was to attack Bill Clinton. It was to attack all of these different types of political voices. It was meant to attack all of these liberals. But you all forgot the timeline. Trump was a Democrat back then. Trump was a part of that Democratic establishment. He was a donor. He was supporting all of these people. He used to be pals with Hillary and Bill Clinton. Did y'all forget the timeline? So now we're hearing about Elaine Maxwell and all of that jazz. There's speculation that maybe, Epstein might have been an informant, that maybe he was an op, maybe he was a part of the Israeli government, allegedly. Maybe he was a spy for a different type of groups, and maybe he was an op. There's now new speculation and evidence that might support that theory, which is probably why he got a lighter sentence on some of the stuff he was accused of, because it might have been that he was an informant. Not for the American government, but for other countries. And now there might be a lot of information around what he might have known about certain major, powerful players. So it's not just Trump that is worried about being implicated, but those other billionaires in power. And to be clear, we know Obama he wasn't involved in none of that shit. Our guy wasn't out there. He wasn't cool enough. That this is some serious rich white people shit. Not rich white people shit. Wealthy white people shit. Like, this is above Obama and a lot of other black power players. But now you didn't hype people up about a list and client list and all this. And now we're supposed to believe that none of this shit is real. Interesting. Listen. There's talks about possibly a pardon of sorts from Elaine Maxwell, that she might provide some information and some insight. But here's the thing. Nobody asked for Elaine Maxwell to give her own take on any of shit. What we asked for was the Epstein files. The people want the files. Just fucking release the files. Let us determine and see what it is. We don't need to hear somebody who can easily be bought off, manipulated, or lied to, or compromised. Because here's the script everybody knows, right? Elaine Maxwell could potentially get pardoned. She'll tell the DOJ that Trump was nowhere around, that there was no letter, that there was nothing, and lie, right? Say all the things, right? Accuse a bunch of named Democrats and liberals. She might throw a couple dead Republicans and conservatives under the bus, and basically completely say everything that the DOJ and the Trump folks want to hear. And pretty much she'll get pardoned, and then he'll say, look, it's just the Democrats. Look, it wasn't me. Look what Elaine Maxwell said. And no one's going to believe that, because everybody expects that that's what's going to happen. And so Trump's not going to shake this off. He's stuck. It's going to be interesting to see how he shakes this off. He's done had his Benghazi moment, the butter emails moment, except he's all in this. And he brought this on himself. It was his own doing. His ego got the best of him, that in his pursuit to try to take other people down, he might be taking his own self down. And let me be very clear. It's not that he is going to actually get in any serious trouble behind this. I don't think he's going to get in any actual criminal trouble behind this. So if that's what you're thinking is going to happen, I don't think that's going to happen. But I do think he's going to lose his base. His base is going to definitely lose him. I don't see a third term for him. I don't see people wanting him. I think this is it for him. I don't, all this talk about will Trump do a third term? I don't see a third term for Trump. I think that's out the question. Yeah, I don't see that. But I get it. I get the allure to a certain extent. So what is going to happen? We'll see. I just feel like every week he has just been trying to dig a ditch. Like, what are we talking about? Biden left. Biden's retired. He can't attack Biden. Biden's dealing with cancer. Like, nobody wants to see, like he can't come at Biden. Like, that's just, first of all, Biden even ran for re-election. So it's like, come on, let it go. Harris, but Kamala Harris, she lost. Let it go, right? So now you're going all the way back to Obama, who has not held the presidency for shit. It's been, 9 years? 8 years, right? It's been 8 years. Why are we talking about Obama? Why are we talking about Hillary? Hillary has not been in any government official role in 8 years. Actually, yeah, she like, what are we talking about? A distraction. a distraction, and one that does not hold any merit. It's not worth dignifying. Even Obama didn't even want to say anything about it, but because of the nature of the allegations, he had to say something. But yeah, the images, the social media, like nobody cares. And Trump is feeling that, as he should. So Hunter Biden has been popping off on behalf of his dad. I'm enjoying it. Why not? I mean, Hunter has dealt with a lot. He's dealt with a lot. Everybody been calling him a crackhead. He's, which is not appropriate, by the way. We don't use that word, but, that's what people have been saying. He's opening up with his struggles with addiction. He's talking about it. He's talking about the drugs he's used. He's talking about all of it. Like, look, the Bidens are out of political power. He unleashing. He's letting the clip out, or as the kids say, letting the chop out. He's just saying whatever, and I'm not mad at it because I think some of the stuff he's talking about, I think he makes some good points. I mean, look, he loves his dad. He knows that he's been a disappointment in the family in different ways, but now I feel like he is. One thing about them Bidens, they're going to stick by side the family. There's been some mess in that family. But at this point, they got each other, right? Dr. Jill, everybody is just coming together. And I ain't mad at it because the way in which people have talked about, Biden and have turned their backs and things, I think he has a right to talk about how frustrated they are about it. I mean, Biden has said a couple of things, but Biden has to be a little bit more graceful. He is a former president and he has been a vice president. And it's interesting because I'm hearing some Gen Zers talk about how they didn't even realize that Biden had been in the White House for 8 years prior to being in the White House as president. Biden has spent 12 years in the White House, 8 years as the vice president of the United States, and 4 years as the president of the United States. So, listen, not too many people can, in this day and age, can claim that. To be honest, yeah, I don't know outside of George Herbert Walker Bush, the first Bush, the next person who could claim that. Because it seems like, I'm just thinking about American history here. Like, in recent years, I don't know anyone else has. Like, Al Gore was the vice president for 8 years, but couldn't be the president, couldn't get to presidency. Bush just went into presidency without being anyone's vice president. George W. Bush. Obama, same way. He just went into the presidency. Trump did as well. Mike Pence spent 4 years, but couldn't get back in the White House. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I think about, history. The last person to do it was George Herbert Walker Bush. He spent 8 years. He spent 8 years as vice president of Ronald Reagan and then had 4 years as a first term president. So I guess I don't know if we've had somebody who's been in the White House for 16 years. Like did in modern history, we have not. Who did 8 years as a vice president and then did 8 years as a president. I don't, we ain't seen it. And also what's interesting about history is the likelihood of a vice president being elected president has become so uncommon lately. Even though we think the vice presidency is a natural way to get the president, it's actually not as common as we think it is. Sure, you get a chance to run, but the likelihood of you winning or having success is very hard. And even if you do get elected, do you get to do a full 8-year run? It's up for debate. History is telling us that's not the case. I mean, think about it. Kamala tried to do that as a vice president, 4 years, and then tried to do her own. She was close, but yet she didn't achieve it, Al Gore didn't achieve it, even though Oh, Bill Clinton had some great 8 years in the White House. He couldn't even be able to achieve it. And let's not talk about how Dick Cheney didn't even want it, okay? And that was going to happen. The Darth Vader of politics, and he never, he's the one guy, I will to his credit, when I was vice president of an organization, PABJ, I will say that I did, let me be quiet. Let me be quiet. I won't say that. Okay, I'll say some little bit unpopular thing. I did lean into not his ideology, but the full scope of what a vice president can do from the powers that be from observing Dick Cheney. Now, I was not Dick Cheney, but I recognized, hey, being a vice president has its own fun powers and uniqueness that we sometimes sleep on. And if the right person leans into it, they can really shine. And I will say that I felt like Dick Cheney might be one of the most consequential vice presidents we've ever had in American history or in modern times. He really did lean into his power and in some sense overdid it. But goodness, he definitely did his big one. And so I think coming off of the heels of that, and I think Joe Biden as a vice president was very influential in his own right. I think, Biden definitely was not just a bore of a vice president. It's obvious that he wanted to have lead character energy. But when I look back at Biden's legacy, I don't think he ever really was a leading man as much as he wanted to be. He was always a great supporting cast member. He was always a great supporting actor. And you know what? The thing about what made, I think, Dick Cheney interesting was that he wanted to play a supporting role, but had lead actor energy the whole time. I mean, you name me a vice president that had a whole movie made after him. Vice, with Christian Bale. What other vice president in American history that was not a U.S. president prior has a movie all about them in that kind of way? I'm just saying. Where the character that played George Bush was in the supporting actor role. Because honestly, 8 years of Bush wasn't really 8 years of Bush. It was 8 years of Cheney. Clock it. Now move on. I would be remiss if I do not mention this. And I think it's important to. But now we have seen media, mainstream media, talk about the starvation in Gaza. It is something horrifying. And I know people are talking about children, and that is what we do in America. We always censor the children, except when it's time to pay for public education and food insecurity and childcare. Other than that, we do censor the children. The irony, but I've noticed that there's been a censoring of children in Gaza. I just want to add that starvation in the country does not rise and fall on whether or not just on children. You can be heartbroken and disgusted that there are actual adults starving in a country. You know that, right? I just want to just say that because there's been too much their children starving, as if innocence and humanity, like as if imperfect people are not allowed to have empathy if they starve. I hope this is making sense. That there are fathers and mothers of those children that are starving with their children. And so, for whatever reason, if you needed children to starve to care, or only focus on children starving to care, respectfully, you're a fucked up individual. I just want to if, when I was younger and I saw countries and I heard about famine in certain countries, adults, like actual grown folks, like seeing skeletals and vertebrae of adults was just scaring me. I couldn't even think about children. I couldn't even look at children images and think about children, but like people, like a civilization of people are literally starving. Like just the idea of like a community of people. Fathers, mothers, doctors, sons, nephews, nieces are starving. To me, that should be enough. And so for people to have to feel the need to get very, gung-ho about children specifically. And if you think in a country like America, where we have billions and trillions of dollars of money out here, but fiscal responsibility, you got people out here who are like, oh, children are starving, and they feel like they can't defend adults who are. I just find that to be, who are you? Like, where's your humanity? Like, in the pursuit of trying to convince other people, do you feel like the people that you're trying to convince are worthy at that point of your entertainment, if it takes that? Like, I just sometimes feel like when I hear these conversations around rape culture and different types of issues, I'm like, who are these people that you're trying to appeal to? And are those people worth appealing to? Because people like that, there will always be a new goalpost. Like when we talk about rape culture and people say, it could be your sister, it could be your daughter. Does it have to be your fucking sister, your daughter, or your cousin for you to give a fuck? Like I have never needed to have empathy for a victim of sexual assault or rape. I've never needed them to be close to me or kin to me or related to me for me to give a fuck. And if that's not you, then why do you perpetuate that narrative? Because if you do perpetuate that rhetoric or that ideology or that thought, then you are just as bad as the person that you think you need to tell that to convince. And I just think we got to get to a point in time where we have to accept, I didn't say condone, but come to the realization and acknowledge that there are just some people who just simply don't give a fuck. And I have had moments at barbershops and different places where I've had these conversations and I've heard men say things, and I just was like, you know what? We don't even need to argue. You don't give a fuck. And that's your prerogative. And so I'm going to preserve my energy and have a conversation with someone who does give a fuck. Because it shouldn't take this much. It shouldn't take this much for something that should be so clear. And so if you need all of that, you don't give a fuck regardless. You don't. You don't. And we need to accept that. And the problem is that you all don't want to accept that shit because these are people that you're friends with and you don't want to assume the worst things. You got some fucked up friends. You got some fucked up family members. You got some very cold, heartless, spineless people in your network. And we have to acknowledge that. It's too much, we don't want to exclude people and we don't want to make people feel, well, you know what? The people that we don't want to make feel bad are making other people feel bad. Now what? Now the fuck what? That part. or as the kids want to say, clock it. And let me just say this, sidebar, this is irrelevant, but I want to say this. You know that little thing that y'all do with y'all fingers? That little piece thing? As a queer person that understands ballroom culture, that does not mean clock it. I just want you to know that. So when you see these straight people doing that finger thing, that little clock it with the fingers, y'all got to stop gentrifying and culturally appropriating things. That does not mean clock it. Whoever is telling y'all that, stop listening to these straight people on TikTok, these straight women. That does not mean clock that. It does not. And the baby gays that are doing it, that don't know, that's never been exposed to queer culture and have not been taught by the legendary girls, that does not mean clock that. And just because you're doing it with your hand and trying to do it because you've seen people do it, that does not mean that. And so I'm at a point where when I see a straight woman come to me and do that, I tell them that does not mean what you think it means. Stop doing it. And if you want to know what it means, I'm not telling you because I'm going to gatekeep some things. Okay? But don't ask me what it means because I'm not telling you what it means. Because it's not for you. Some things are not for you. Just stop doing it. Because it's not for you. Now, clock it, you can say clock it, but you don't need to do that gesture. Because that's not what that gesture actually means. And we're actually laughing at you. Your actual queer friends who are educated, who's been immersed in our culture, we're laughing at you. Because that's not what that fucking means. It means something so different, and we're laughing at you, and we know who's down and who's not down. You're actually outing yourselves. We actually know that you don't have any real gay friends, that you actually don't have any black queer friends, because it's actually within black queer ballroom culture. It's not white folks. White folks know what the hell they're doing. White gays are just like ruining everything. They don't have recipes. They don't cook. They don't season. They don't know what the hell they're doing. That is not what that means. And somebody needs to pull y'all aside and tell y'all that. I am going to be the one to simply tell you that's not what that means. Stop doing it. And I'm not going to tell you what it means because it's not for you to do. It's not your place. Mind your business and don't make a clown of yourself. Because when you do that and people see it, we actually know how disconnected and unconnected to the community that you really are. Stop it. Kill it. It's not a thing. Leave it alone. Now back to the topic at hand. We know that you don't care, right? The lack of empathy, that it doesn't take that much to debate. And so when I see people who are feeling like they need to say this and say that and do this and do that, I'm not going back and forth around humanity. I'm not going back and forth. I'm not going to reduce my advocacy, my thoughts, my ideals to try to convince you. If I got to tell a grown-ass man to care about victims of sexual abuse and rape, and I have to go so far to say, what about your daughter or your sister or whomever? That's a man who does not give a fuck about rape victims and sexual assault. Because let's be very clear. If it happens to a family member and that's the only time you care, that means that you really care about the family member. You don't care about the cause of the issue. Let's clock that. Okay? Let's clock that. Without doing the finger thingy. Okay? Let's just clock that, right? Because what this is telling me is y'all don't care about these issues. You just care about the individuals. If I have to tell you about children starving in Gaza, you don't care that the Israeli government is playing a role in that. You don't actually care about people in the Middle East. You don't actually care about what's actually happening in Palestine. You actually just care about children. And I get that you care about children, but you don't actually care about the circumstances to which is creating that starvation for the children. You just care about children. If I have to isolate everything else to get you to care about the issue or zero in on one particular person or thing, then what are we doing here? Now, some will argue that we're seeing a turn in the conversation around Gaza. I don't want to call it a war because I think to call it a war at this point, I've been calling it a humanitarian crisis for quite some time. I'm going to stay calling it that. To call it a war is to imply that both sides are going at each other. Gaza is not at war with Israel. A terrorist organization is at war with the Israeli government. The Israeli government has chosen to target a piece of land and a community of people and conflate them as all being terrorists to justify the starvation and the mass killing of the people that live there. This is war criminal behavior. This is a war crime. If you want to talk about war, I'll call it war crime. What is happening over there, as I've said many episodes, I'm not a Johnny come lately to this. I've been talking about this for quite some time. Some of you all might say, well, why have you said it in this way and this way? You know why, actually, because Black people, specifically Black queer people, become the targets of censorship and harm when we voice and speak out. See, whereas the white progressives that you follow can talk about this in the ways that they do and protest the way they do and still keep the hair on their head and keep their jobs, people like me have to navigate talking about this in a very different way, because also self-preservation is key. I can go off and say a bunch of different things that I would like to say, and guess what? There will be no Ernestly speaking. There will be no Ernest Me Empire. There will be none of that. And I've seen time and time again how often Black voices that speak out are the main targets that get cut out. I have to reconfigure how I show up and be strategic and be thoughtful and be vigilant in how I show up and speak about certain things like that, because I have seen others where you all will go up for them, clap for them, and then they're done. They're done. They're done. They don't have a career. None of you all will show up for them, support them, uplift them. You might do it for about 30 days, and then you all will move on and forget about them. And all the work they've achieved, all the things they have done, it will just evaporate. And I've seen that happen to so many voices in this time. And so as a Black queer person, I'm super vulnerable in that way, that even the stuff I do talk about, I've taken sacrifices for speaking up. You know, even speaking around the Cherelle Parker administration, just being critical of that. There is attempts to silence me and censor me. Let me be very clear, and we're going to talk more about that. But fortunately, it's not a situation that does not, like, that administration has enough foes, and there's enough people in this city, and there's enough nuance here that it hasn't gone that far, and it isn't anything like that. But there are slights. You know, when the Kennedy administration happened, and I got to say this, you know, I didn't have a press pass, as you all know, for 8 years. There was retaliation. And for all of these people, your favorite elected officials, that's why I look at them with a side eye, that talk all this shit about, oh, you know, keep doing your thing, Ernest, blah, blah, blah. When that man halted my ability to have access to City Hall to cover important issues the way that I needed to in an efficient manner, when that man impeded upon my ability to do that kind of work, you all said nothing. And I'm talking about elected officials that was in City Hall that did nothing, said nothing, minded their business, and played politics. So I'm going to look for, listen, the rule they say on the plane is you got to make sure you do your face mask covering before applying to somebody else. I am going to preserve myself because I have a family to live for, I have friends to live for, and I have a career that I need to maintain to do the important work in a way. So if I don't say things the way that some of y'all want me to, or I don't use certain words and terms that you might be wanting me to say, because I know y'all want me to say the G word. Y'all want me to say the G word in this conversation. But I know that if I say that G word, I know what will happen next. And none of you all will be protect his free speech. No, you won't. Some of you will, but you won't have enough power to. So if you're saying, oh, he's not saying this word, why won't he go all the way in? Because who's going to take care of me? Who's going to make sure I'm straight outside of the friends that I have and the people I care about? So I have to be mindful with my words. And I got to be mindful about my own self-preservation in it. I'm not a coward, because at the end of the day, it's a coercion. Yeah, let's be real. I am forced to not have to say certain things because my livelihood and myself is being threatened if I do. Yeah, that's not a cowardice, because recognizing that at the end of the day, you got to self-preserve. I'm just not going to be out here just doing and saying whatever. Now, some of y'all might say, oh, well, so-and-so doing it. Well, you know what? So-and-so has privileges that I don't have. They have an abundance of resources and circumstances that I don't have. And so, yeah, your millionaire celebrity friends can say these things. Yeah. And they take the hits they take, but they got money in all types of savings and resources and funds and other organizations that are more national, bigger, that will protect and defend them and keep them paid. Mark Lamont Hill clearly is now at a $20 million fucking podcast, and he has several access to resources and capital that allows him to say the things he say. He's taking some hits though, but he still be able to be fine because he's got all types of assets and resources and things that as a straight black man, he's afforded and allotted through connections that I don't have. So be realistic, because even talking about it is already shaky ground, because you don't know how many times I have talked about this on the podcast, and there are certain organizations that have emailed me, certain people who have contacted me to check in. Let's just say the word monitoring, and speak about, oh, well, I hope that you are careful with what you say, because you wouldn't want people to think that you're being anti-Semitic or that you don't, want Jewish people to exist. Crazy shit like that. And mind you, couldn't be further from the truth. Like, everybody knows I'm against anti-Semitism. Like, the fuck are we talking about, right? But that type of surveillance exists. And it exists for a lot of journalists. And one thing about me is I won't lie, right? I will not lie. I will not miscategorize or misinterpret what is happening out there. But I also won't shy away from the suppression, the intimidation, and the retaliation that does happen too to journalists and voices like mine who have platforms to inform people. It is a shame that mainstream media are finally now beginning to talk about this. But I also want to tell everyday people that if you know the truth, why demand and beg and wait for validation from mainstream media to confirm things that you can see and you already know? I didn't need mainstream media to tell me and confirm to me that white privilege exists, even though people try so hard to not want to hear that. You'd be surprised. I didn't need mainstream media to confirm and validate that society loves queer people's shit, but hate them. Love our culture, love our flags, love our colloquial speech, but hate us as a people. Oh, they love trans people's inventions, fashion, confidence, but don't want to see them on basketball courts and sports teams. Oh, that they love black music and hairstyles and cooking and cuisine, but actually don't want them in positions of power or leadership at the table with them. They want our food on the menu. They don't want us at the table, though. I'll say that again. They want our food on the menu, but they don't want us having to sit at that table, though. Guess who's coming to dinner? I need mainstream media to confirm that. And if we're being honest, people who cared about what was going on in Palestine and Gaza and everything with Israel, they didn't need the New York Times to validate and confirm what they already knew was happening. And the people that needed that didn't give a fuck. They already knew. I've been following this shit since the very beginning. The videos, the interviews. I've been to Israel. I know people that's still over there. I got people I hit up and be like, what's going on over there? They said, not good. We got 2 Trumps, one in Israel and one here in the U.S. Bibi Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, is literally prolonging that war, and I put war in parentheses, to stay in power. Because when this ends, and it will end, there will be a brand new era over there. And he has to go. He needs to go. He needs to resign. He needs to be out of power. Period. So at this point, I'm not doing conflation. If I'm talking about starvation in Gaza, that does not mean that I have forgotten that Hamas exists. But it's not Hamas that is starving in Gaza. No. And it's also not Hamas stealing aid from the UN, which we all knew was a lie from day one. But I guess because the New York Times reported on it, we can now confirm it to some people. But they're not the ones stealing aid and foreign aid to those people. They're not starving their people. They're not taking aid from their people. That has not been substantiated. And so to say that we don't feed them because Hamas might take the aid, what sense does that make? See, the Hamas argument is just getting weaker and weaker by the day. I'm talking about people starving. Mass famine is happening. And you're telling me, but Hamas. And I'm like, yes, they can go. But what does that got to do about the kids starving? I don't understand why you're still hell-bent on talking about a terrorist group when there's a whole entire population of people that are literally dying. And I'm supposed to I'm supposed to be so hell-bent on Hamas that I can't even take a moment to empathize and try to figure out how to best support these communities. Bullshit. The Hamas argument is getting old. This is starting to remind me of the early 2000s, the weapons of mass destruction, the war in Iraq. Like, every time we were talking about, hey, this is a senseless war. This does not make sense. Weapons of mass destruction. Okay, I get that. But still. And now, even the conversation about hostages. The Israeli government, in their attempts to kill Palestinians and go after Hamas, has killed a few hostages along the way. What about the hostages? There's no what about. They should be released. And I think what's really dirty is the fact that nobody can acknowledge that Israel is doing an excessive amount of force that is starting to make people wonder, is this really about the hostages, or is there something else happening? Like, is the Israeli government, I'm not talking about Jewish people. We haven't even said the word Jewish until just now, because that conflation needs to stop as well. We're talking about the Israeli government. Is it that the Israeli government is politicizing an issue that happened? Because it sounds very familiar, right? And using it as an excuse to just do all types of shit. Like, I think about 9/11. And 9/11 was a horrible, traumatic day in American history, in world history, right? But one could argue that Bush politicized that moment in a way to do unthinkable things in his political power that was beyond 9/11, that led to a war in Iraq, that led to just unnecessary drama and a false equivalency that to this day is one of the most embarrassing foreign relations disasters that have not kept America safer and has actually created more problems with the way in which America's global power, quote unquote, has emerged. It didn't start with Biden or Trump. This shit's been around with the first father. But what I'm getting to is that when 9/11 happened, it was like everybody was like, whatever, by any means necessary. But then we realized, oh shit, this is going too far. So October 7th, 2023, I'm thinking, yes, that was horrible what happened there. Like, no excuse, right? We condemn that. Yes, we condemn the anti-Semitism. Of course, no shit, Sherlock, no debate there. But at this point, we're close to 2 years. And are you telling me that the way that the Israeli government has responded since then is justifiable? That all of what they've been doing since then justifies what happened on October 7th? I disagree with that. If the U.S. did this, the rest of the world would be telling us, have we lost our damn minds? There will be intervention. And those that are calling for some intervention on this are being framed as being anti-Semitic. Stop it. Stop it. If I can't pull the race card and the homophobia card whenever because that's what y'all like to say, right? That race card thing, right? I don't, if I can't pull the racism card every time something I disagree with, who are you to get to use and pull the anti-Semitism card every time somebody disagrees with you on a particular issue? Especially one that does not deal with the issue at hand. Me disagreeing with how the Israeli government is handling this issue is not me having a hatred or a disdain or aversion to Jewish people. We're going to talk about these cards. You see I'm building up to something right here. Because we see it with Cherelle Parker, right? Criticizing Cherelle Parker is not criticizing black women and attacking black women. But see, this is what we see. Watch out when powerful entities weaponize identity politics, because oftentimes they're using it to defend oppression. Now all of a sudden you're just a black woman trying to make a difference. Now all of a sudden you're not beyond race. You're not colorblind. Now all of a sudden your identity is something that you got to use to shield yourself from accountability. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. As somebody who has studied intersectionality, critical race theory, gender, sexuality, race, and all of the things, who has understood how to facilitate dialogue and discourse amongst marginalized spaces and positions of power, as somebody who has written a book that explores and unpacks the intersections of these issues and how they hit the surface when it comes to such oppression, not on my watch. You got the wrong one. Because I know when racism is happening. I know when misogynoir is taking place. I can speak on those instances. I know when anti-Semitism is happening. I can speak to the nuances and the complexities of those things because I've studied it. And so there's too many people just calling every single thing a thing when they disagree. I've never been that person. Contrary to popular belief. I've never been a person to call everything homophobic. I've not been a person to call everything racist. Even though it is very much in our society, I'm not calling every single thing that for the sake of the argument. Some things are just a matter of disagreements. Could there be some bias in some of the mix? Absolutely. Everybody has bias. But in every situation and scenario, is the leading driving force the racism? There are some people who don't like me. They don't. They don't like to have a podcast. They don't like that speak my mind. A lot of those people are not doing that because of simply racism, right? There could be bias that maybe a pundits of white people that feel that way about me, that it is shaped in the double standards that is shaped by race. But is it overt racism automatically? No, right? Because then how do you justify the black person who might not, right? Because the reality is that in certain situations, some people just might disagree with the position and the take. Now, how they double down on that position or take, or how they obsess over it, might be shaped, right? So, for example, do I only call out Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu on how oppressive he is as a leader? Am I only obsessed on him as if he's the only person on the planet that deserves to be, condemned and criticized? No. I talk about other people that abuse their power. I talk about black leaders that abuse their power. I talk about Christian leaders that abuse their power. I talk about everybody who abuses their power that is relevant to my interest in what I cover. So it's not like I have a hyperfixation on Israel, because I talk about other countries and other municipalities and governments that also fail their people as they see fit in relevance to time. But right now, the world is talking about Israel. And right now, the world is talking about how the U.S. government and Israel is interacting and how there is starvation in an area that is next to Israel, right? So we have to acknowledge that timeliness can shape how people talk about an issue. So folks are like, oh, there's been widespread anti-Semitism since October 7th. I'm not denying that. But you're also talking to somebody who's been speaking about anti-Semitism and had worked in certain spaces before October 7th. And so I don't jump on trends. I don't jump on this is happening, so now we got to stop and focus on this thing when it comes to issues that's been around since the beginning of time. Anti-Semitism has been in the room forever. Racism, sexism, misogyny, elitism, classism, ableism, it's always been. And what's the problem is when you get to a point where some people want to weaponize a particular crisis or issue to then draw attention to something, to distract from something. I do think there are some people, and I'm not saying all, because we are clear on that, but there are some people that have tried to focus on the rise of anti-Semitism to distract people's dissent and critique of how the Israeli government has been acting during this time. I believe we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And for people who want to deflect criticism or say, well, look at what's happening to Jewish people around the world, they don't feel safe. Oh, I agree with you. I understand that they don't feel safe, and it's fucked up, and I have spoken out about that. However, that's not going to take my eyes off of what's happening in Palestine. It's not going to take my eyes off of what's happening with folks, the way that the aid has not been happening and helping folks in Gaza. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop my position and disagreement with that. And I think there are some people that want us to shut up and stop talking about what's happening over there and focus on just what's happening with Jewish people in different parts of the world. Baby, I walk and I chew gum at the same time. I'm going to talk about that. I think that people that are also weaponizing this war to, use it as an excuse to, be bigots and be, anti-Semites is also disgusting, right? But it's not an either or over here. It's a both and then some. Yeah, I have taken some time to process how I wanted to have this conversation because I've seen enough to know the patterns. And sometimes my silence isn't my absence on something. It's just that I know that what I say matter. I know that what I say carries weight and influence. And I want to make sure that I have fully fleshed out my ideas and my thoughts on something like this because of how important it is to draw the conclusions. You'll say, well, what are some examples of this? Oh, there's tons of examples of it. I've seen, I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with Jewish leaders in Philadelphia and around the country that have talked to me in private and have even said to me like, well, yeah, that stuff is going on, but there's been a rise of anti-Semitism because of these. And I'm like, oh, hold on. Whoa. Stop right there. You're right. There has been an increase of anti-Semitism that's happened, and that's disgusting, right? But that does not negate or challenge or refute the actual harms that is being caused by the Israeli government. Now, some people will say, and this is also very problematic, don't ever tell a black person this, what I'm about to tell y'all right now, because this is what y'all have done spoken to the wrong brother. The wrong brother. Okay? I'm black. Somebody told me, well, what would you do if you had an October 7th? Oh. Okay. My mere existence in America is what I would do if there is an October 7th. And let me explain that a little bit more. So I guess the arguments that some people have had, not all, because I got to say that, because some of you all would think I'm paying a broad stroke, is that there have been people that said that, well, whatever it takes to bring the hostages back. Whatever it takes? Whatever it takes? That's a little alarming. Whatever it takes is what you would do. And you ask the black person, like me, what would I do if I had October 7th? What would I do if I had that experience? I don't have to wait and know. I've lived in a country that raped my ancestors, exploited my ancestors, murdered them, killed them, took them from their homes, turned around and abused their descendants, made them second-class citizens, if not even citizens, have continued to ruin and burn down any monument, any relic, any symbol of independence, agency, and independent wealth generation that they've tried to do, from Black Wall Street all the way down, have tried, right, in this country to legalize their subjugation, their segregation, their dehumanization, then package it and mass produce it and sell it back to their community, along with crack cocaine that they put in their communities to kill them and mass incarcerate them. And what do? Because I can't go on a killing spree. I can't starve them or their descendants. I can't create a war. I can't Nat Turner it. I can't do any of that. What do? I choose peace. I choose respectful dissent, even when I'm so angry. I choose hope. I choose reconciliation. When I really don't have to do it, when I shouldn't, because history tells me that I would have been entitled to do something completely different because of how fucked up this has been. That's what I do. You know, it's interesting because when we saw what happened to George Floyd, when we saw all of the way in which that man was murdered in cold blood, and you all said, why are you tearing down the buildings? Why are y'all being destructive? That's not the way. Remember that. Remember the MLK quotes, because that's what MLK did, right? He said civil disobedience. He said peace, right? Where are those MLK quotes that y'all told black people for so long to be mindful of, to be considerate of, right? Where are those quotes now? We don't see them quotes about peace and nonviolence and So don't ask a black person what we would do, because you've already seen what we've done. As a people, you've seen what we've done. We have not become a terrorist group. We have not become a militia to overthrow folk. We have not starved anybody. We have not done any of that as a collective. So with all due respect, don't ask a black person what we would do, because it would not be that. It would not be that. I'm not saying people don't have the right to defend themselves. But there's a difference between defending yourself and there's a difference between just straight up nasty destruction. What's happening over there is diabolical. It's evil. It's cruel. It's inhumane. And anybody who thinks that this is okay, they say never forget. Don't forget. Because people are showing you what they will tolerate to somebody else will show you what they will tolerate to you. It's no wonder why people have been okay with the state of policing in America. It's no wonder why certain folks that we thought were allies were okay with seeing us get killed and try to tell us not to act the way they're acting right now. The hypocrisy. See, this is a deeper conversation that you probably wasn't expecting to get on this podcast today. This is a conversation that is more nuanced and unpacked. And this is the shit these are things I've been wanting to say that I can now fully flesh out because I've seen enough. These are the conversations nobody want to have. See, if we're going to be on Ernestly Speaking, we're going to have a more fleshed out conversation that's bigger than just the war in parentheses. Because I'm looking at how people are talking and it's telling me how they think about my community and me and people that look like me. And it's telling me how and whereas what type of mindset they're in to think this is okay. Oh, we've lost our way as a society. One would argue we've been lost our way as a society, but goddamn it, we have literally lost it. And the lack of empathy and behavior under the backdrop of a Trump administration currently, that is not a coincidence. You know you're on the wrong side of history when Trump and the leader of that country are besties right now. It don't look right. It don't feel right. And something about all this is just not okay. So I'll leave it there. Now, some quick overview before we get into, the thing you all have been waiting for, that, as we call it. There's some media changes happening all over the world, and we need to pay attention to it. There is only now one black columnist at the Washington Post, and that's Karen Attia, who I've talked about on the podcast over the years, who I'm a big fan of. She is now the only black columnist that is at the Washington Post now. That's where we are. That's where we're at. And you all wonder why I've chosen to go a different route in my career. Why I've chosen to do my journalism a lot differently. Because, again, none of this is a coincidence. None of this is a coincidence. I'm going to keep saying that. None of this is ironic. None of this is a coincidence. And we don't talk enough about that. At all. So, also, because this is a big deal, so much is being said. So much is being said. I want to talk about this T app very briefly, because y'all been hitting me up about the T app. The T app is taking off. It's this app that allows women. I haven't been on it. I'm not a woman, but I've heard from some girlies that I know that apparently it's this app you go on and women are like giving reviews and open, honest reviews about men that they've dated and whatnot. And they're sharing their reviews to basically safeguard other women out here on the dating scene. I guess whatever. I have thoughts about that in a minute, but there's now been a security breach. Okay. There's a data breach that has now compromised the app. Thousands upon thousands of images and information has been breached. And of course the incels have taken it over. One thing about men, they might be trash as a some men, I guess, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. As a whole, men are problematic in so many ways. And some say, well, women are problematic. Whatever. Men have caused more harm in humanity than women have. I will stand on that. Look, Eve did her big one back in the day, but it ain't been. Listen, men have caused more war, famine, disease in our society than women. That's just a fact. Men have caused more. We have lost more lives to immature men in power than we have to women. Let's just keep it 100. Okay? Let's just keep it 100. So, that's just where it's at. Now, about the T app in general. It reminds me of Clubhouse. Clubhouse is one of those things where I think Clubhouse was a moment. I knew it wasn't gonna last. I think I said that. Like, I knew Clubhouse that was a moment in time. It was a very specific moment in time. I had a lot of fun. I was a hit on Clubhouse, and that's when I knew. I said, I'm too popping on Clubhouse. This ain't gonna last. They won't let me be I was a Clubhouse star. I used to get the girls going. I was getting a bunch of followers. When I would show up in a Clubhouse chat, man, I would drop it was a moment. Clubhouse was a moment that just was not going to last, and it quickly fizzled. It was too good. I think that's going to happen with the T app. I think there's just too much. It's going to be legal shit, slander, some other issues. But to be clear, I'm going to say something. I'm not going to call it unpopular opinion. It's just going to be an uncomfortable opinion. Ooh, uncomfortable opinions. If you hear people say that, that's me. It's not an unpopular opinion. It's an uncomfortable opinion. You know what? I'm going to do something with that. And this is an uncomfortable opinion episode. I'm going to say that. Because I think we don't talk enough about how, is it unpopular or is it uncomfortable? And just because something's uncomfortable doesn't mean it's unpopular. Think about it. Clock it. Uncomfortable. This is uncomfortable. There's going to be a lot of, I guess I give a lot of uncomfortable opinions. But my uncomfortable opinion about the T app is that I think that the truth of the matter is that most women are smarter than they allow themselves to be. I don't think women are naive. I think what it is that a lot of women, at least women in my orbit I talk to, but when I think about these apps and how women want data advice, women just, like even men, I think this is not even a gender thing, but specific about this app though, I think women want a sense of community and a space to either trauma bond or reflect on decisions they've made, whether they're good or bad. And that it's not really that they need warnings and red flags. I think a lot of women do have red flags. They see the red flags. They just don't trust them. Or you know what? They're just so lonely. Some cases, in some situations, they're so lonely, they think they can handle what comes from the consequence of the red flag. When I think about a lot of women in my own life, and I'm not even going to name any of them or drag them because there's no shade here, but a moment of self-accountability. When they really look back at the relationships they've had, the trash relationships, I will say 99% of the, because there's always that 1%. But I'll tell you what the 1% will be. But I'll give you 99%. They saw the red flags and they knew there were problems, but they just, in their head, did a bad assessment of collateral damage assessment, meaning that this man ain't the right guy. There's something wrong about him, but you know what? I'm really horny. You know what? I just want to be pampered a little bit, and I don't mind going on a couple of dates and getting some meals. You know what? It may not be that bad, right? There's going to be some problems, but I can handle it, because if not him, do I really feel like getting up and talking to somebody new? Do I really want to be by myself? Is there ever going to be, is anybody perfect? These are things that go through their mind. You know how I know? Because these are things that go through men's mind. Men say the same thing in a different way. As a queer man that dates men, I've done it in the past with men. You like, how you know about men, Ernest? Because I've dated them. Just like y'all. Except for me, I ain't say I ain't different. But confidence levels does impact it though. And younger women, or women who might have experienced a bad breakup or maybe an abusive relationship that was prior, they will compare what's worse to what was the worst in their experiences. So they might say, okay, the last guy was really abusive. This guy might be a little bit of a jerk, or he might not be the most thoughtful person, but I mean, if he ain't putting his hands on me, I mean, I can live with that. We make compromises. I've done that in situations with men that I dated in the past where I was like, well, this one was out here fucking everything walking. This guy's a little tone deaf, a little insensitive. He a little rude, but at least I ain't got to worry about X, Y, and Z. So we do these assessments. We come into these situations already knowing certain red flags. And part of dating and living life is that you're going to navigate those things, because there's every person, you know, all it takes, well, see, I'm talking from a monogamous standpoint. So if you do not participate in monogamy, this will go over your head, but it's fine. But I come from the mindset, at the end of the day, you're going through life, swimming through a bunch of people. All it takes is one person, that one special person in life. Until you find that person, you're going to forever be kissing a bunch of frogs or people that's not going to be it. All you need is one person before you find Mr. Right or Miss Right or Mr. They, the perfect they or them, right? You're going to find the perfect person or the one for you. And when I mean a perfect person, I mean the perfect person for you, right? Because that perfect person for you may not be that perfect person to someone. Like, I am not the perfect person for my exes, clearly, right? Or they weren't the perfect person for me, but they might be the perfect person for somebody else. And so we got to live in a world where we got to recognize that perfection is customary and subjective. What's perfect for you will not be perfect for somebody else. But all it takes is one person. And so until you find that perfect person for you, everybody else will be a mistake or not be the right one. And so that's how I think about dating. That's what I tell my friends. It's like, listen, all it takes is that one person. So don't beat yourself up if you don't find it. And that's the problem with certain folks, though. I'm not going to say, well, men and women do this, where you're trying to make that person hit and click. You don't make that person hit click. They click naturally. Let me tell you something about Mr. Johnson, and I will say it all over. It just clicked. It was not a forced situation. Like, I wasn't trying to make him be someone he was not. I wasn't trying to make him anything. You know, he was who he was. I liked him as he was. That's just what it is. When you meet that person, you will know. And what's funny was when I realized the organicness of the connection, what you'll find is that it's not perfection. It's what it is that it will be organic. Resolutions find themselves quickly. If there's a disagreement, which disagreements can happen, the disagreements get resolved quickly because a person is open to learning and correcting. The person is open to understanding and hearing your perspective. They're not shutting you out. They're not closing you out. They're open to it. They're coming to a space and a place to resolve. That's an organic connection. It's not one that says arguments don't happen or disagreements don't happen. It's just that there is an openness and willingness to understand it and to rectify the situation. The problem with you all is y'all meeting men and women and others that are not trying to resolve these things about themselves that concern you. And so you're at an impasse and you're trying to date people that you have impasses with. How does that fucking work? You mean there are complete non-negotiable, strong disagreements that you have with a person and you want that to be the person that you're going to spend the rest of your life with? Hell no. Hell no. That ain't working. Not with a person I'm supposed to be in love with that I want to be with. No. Now let's be clear. Not everything is detrimental. Right? So let's say, for example, that you're in a relationship with somebody and they've been arrested for sexual abuse. They're a registered sex offender. If that is something that just eats at you and it does not make you comfortable and you just completely don't be with that man. Trying to reframe it, change the narrative on it, lie on it to your fans and to people you know, clocked it, is a sign that you're not fully accepting of it. Either it's something that you can move on with and that you really can resolve that in your head, but if it isn't, then don't pretend it is. Too many people are willing to accept things that are just not ever going to sit well with them, and they're okay with that. There is nothing in my relationship with Mr. Johnson that is unsettling, that makes me be at complete pause, or something I fundamentally disagree with him that is just such a problematic thing. Like some of y'all out here, like I look at Laverne Cox, right? That situation. Because what the fuck was that? You're dating a mega cop, a man who is a Trump supporter, and he was a New York, a NYPD cop, and you're talking about this. And let me just go off by saying that I know a lot of people talk about Graceful Loren and Lauren Cox, and she's a trans woman. But okay, fine, whatever. I don't fuck with her anymore. I don't hate her. That's her narrative, her business. But I'm over it with her with that. You know, I'm just not here for it. It's not my cup of tea. Because on so many different levels, right? Everything about your brand, you have spent your career condemning on behalf of other trans women, police power, police violence, transphobia. And you're telling me that you're romanticizing, because that's what she was doing, this relationship that she's had with this man privately. And, you know, people are trying to be like, well, you know, she can't help what desires her and this, that, and third. Man, that's a fucked up talking point. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, my desire is never going to be that much in cahoots with that, right? Like these false comparisons, like it don't get that bad. You can't tell me that a woman like Laverne Cox, who is successful, who is rich, who has access to so many men, as a very popular, visible trans black woman who's an attractive woman, that she doesn't have access to any other man that can desire her outside of a mega cop lover. Bullshit. At the end of the day, let's just call a spade a spade. She's at a certain level of class and protection in her life that she feels like she has the luxury and the opportunity to date men like that. And there's a lot of people like that. We know black men who will talk about dating certain white women who have a history of racism power. You know, these football players that date outside their race, and they date certain types of people and hang out with certain types of folks that are
whatever, and they'll go, well, everything got to be about politics. You know why? Because you can afford, in your mind, right, that you can afford to be the only black person in the room. You could be a Tiger Woods. You could be a person that can be in spaces like that. And you could be fine for yourself and be comfortable. I'm not. And nor do I want to be. And we got to acknowledge the roles that class play in some of these dynamics, right? Because a trans woman that does not have the same level, a black trans woman who does not have the same level of capital visibility that Laverne Cox has, that mega supporter might be fetishizing her on the low, but the dynamics of that relationship, like there are black trans women who cannot afford to date the type of problematic men Laverne Cox dates. And even Laverne Cox can barely do that herself in this day and age. But they can't afford to do that. There are black men who cannot afford to date the type of white women that Tiger Woods is dating now currently. And there are some that desire that because they think that's progress, which is also problematic. But no matter whether I can afford or not afford, one would argue that I could afford to date a racist, well, that'd be ironic, right? But I could afford to date a white Trump-supporting gay white man or one in the closet. Someone could argue that I can afford to date a self-hating NFL, NBA player. And you know what? Maybe back in the day when I was, 20 years old, maybe I did. I'm not going to tell y'all. I'm not going to confirm nor deny that. But all I'm saying is that access to capital and power allows people to be a little delusional about the reality of others. And I think that Laverne Cox is that if that's what she did, that's your business. Why did you feel like you need to tell us that? Because I do think there's a part of her that wants attention. I think she has been struggling with relevance for a little bit. Like she hasn't been as popping for a minute. Her show that she did, Blank Slate or whatever I think it was called, got canceled in its first season. She's talked about how public speaking engagements that she's had for a while has been shrinking due to the Trump administration era. So I do think to a certain extent, this was a grab for attention. And now she's all over the media. Now everybody's talking about her. And the grift of it all is that she'll capitalize off of it, play victim, talk about, seeing the other side and find a middle ground. That this is a grift. This is all a way for her to promote something and sell something because capitalism exists even within marginalized communities. People are always going to try to exploit their own hardships for ways to make money and to get attention. And I do think that that's what she's doing here because it's catchy and it's topical. And I see it already. I tell y'all, I am a communication management expert. Like this is marketing branding 101. She's manufactured her own controversy and she's going to make herself the beneficiary of said controversy because at the end of the day, the people that's getting offended are people that cannot give her the money and sustain her career. But now she's going to tap into the dark side. Do not be surprised if Laverne Cox finds herself in some right-wing media spaces entertaining and talking about this shit in a different way, or she plays into an opportunity to get more speaking engagements to talk about how, she's had these experiences in love life. Like I see the grift already, what's going to happen. Okay. I'm not foolish. Get your money, girl, but I'm not going to be supporting it. I'm not going to be buying it. I'm not going to be promoting it. So I say all of this to say, back to my main point, the unpopular or uncomfortable opinion is that I think that the T app and the women on that T app, they already know this shit about the men they're dealing with. They may not have all the facts, but they know enough. And the truth of the matter is that they just want a space in the community to be able to bond with other women on these experiences. That's all. We just want a space to just talk our shit and gossip amongst each other. Men do it all the time. That's what their podcasts are for. They want to talk about the tropes and trials and tribulations of the other sex, the opposite sex. Like that's what this is. It's just a tea chatter session, the gossip. Like no one's actually going to be helping anybody. They already know. Women know. Women know other women's traumas with other women. They just think they're special or they just want to try it because it must be good to them. Has Chris Brown had a hard time getting women after Rihanna? No. Chris Brown gets women probably more than men who don't put their hands on women get. Chris Brown has had no problem dating. Despite the numerous allegations of rape and abuse, despite the numerous actual instances where he's been caught being abusive. No. No. R. Kelly. Think about those women who are surviving R. Kelly. What happened to them is horrible. But how many of them, how many accusations have R. Kelly had for decades? And some of these women choosing to be the one to date him in spite of that. They knew they didn't care. And we just got to get to a point where we got to acknowledge we're in a selfish, heartless society. That there are people who just don't give a fuck. Like, I see videos where people go out and go to concerts and they'll ask people at concerts, oh, did you know that Chris Brown had this and this and this and this? And if you hear what people say, they'll be like, oh, I didn't know that, or they're lying. And guess what? They knew, and what did they do? They still took their ass to that concert. And they're going to still support him because they don't care. And when I got to a point as a journalist, journalism has told me things that I don't see other people talk about enough. But journalism has shown me how much people just don't be giving a fuck. It's not that they don't know. It's not that they're ignorant. They know. They just don't care. They don't care until they're forced to have to care. They don't care until it's uncool, until somebody shames them into doing it. But as long as they can avoid talking about it or avoid addressing the issue, they will keep doing it. You know how I know? Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself in the mirror. Because some of y'all still going to Chick-fil-A. Some of y'all never stopped supporting Starbucks. Some of y'all still playing Chris Brown. Some of you are still enjoying R. Kelly. And private, which I guess is somewhat commendable, I suppose. You're not going to argue with people in the comments. You're not going to, do all that. Own it. Own it. Because what the return of Trump was the return of folks wanting to not feel shame for being problematic. Trump gives people an invitation to not feel shame for being problematic. That's why white people voted him back in office. Because, and some black men, right? Some other groups, because they didn't want to feel shame for being problematic. Huh. That's what it was. See? That's an uncomfortable opinion. Even some Democrats, they like Trump being back. Because now they get to show their ass in certain ways that they wouldn't have shown their ass before Trump. Trump gives them the agency and the license to placate to beliefs that they agree with him on. These trans bans. Democrats don't give a fuck about trans people. Not all. Some do. But they don't like it either. They just couldn't blame somebody. See, they can scapegoat Trump, but that's how they feel too. Think about it. How do I know? Because I've been to dinners. I've been in the rooms when they were saying those things. Stay woke as long as you can. Stay awake. Which brings me to another part before we go into local politics. This situation with the Astronomer company, the CEO, the Coldplay drama. Honestly, it's white people mess. I'm not, I don't know. Sometimes you all, what is there to say? It's such a first world problem. A very super rich man got caught cheating on his wife with a coworker who also was married, and they had an affair at a Coldplay concert in a box fucking seat. They was in a box, y'all. They was in a suite. Okay. And they were watching Coldplay. These tickets ain't cheap. This rich people shit. the cam caught them and they wanted to hide because of the embarrassment, but everybody saw them and the internet lost their mind and went crazy. And now they're a meme. Okay. The CEO leaves, probably got a very nice severance package because he's richer from the situation. Of course, his family, his wife may not stay with him. She might stay with him. If he signed a prenup, she walks out with a bag. Who knows? It's embarrassing all the way. It's very embarrassing. But what's important about it is that people want to say, was it embarrassment, or was it shaming, or was it, humiliation, whatever. Was it shaming or humiliation? And I think it could be both. And I think that shame and humiliation can go hand in hand, like peanut butter and jelly. And I think that people say, are you shaming someone or humiliating somebody? One would say, what's the difference? Let's talk about it for those who want to know. So shaming is basically the act of trying to make a person feel ashamed. That's shaming, right? You want them to feel bad for what they're doing. Humiliating is causing someone to feel ashamed and foolish by injuring their dignity and self-respect. So shaming somebody is simply informing them of what they're doing is wrong to make them feel bad. But humiliating someone is to attack their dignity, their self-respect, to get them to that point. So both are trying to get a person to feel ashamed, but one is rooted in a more aggressive, ad hominem way of doing it. Everything does not require humiliation. Sometimes it do, depending on the nature of a situation. So let's say, for example, I have a friend who they say, look, I want to lose weight. They say, look, I'm on a diet. I hate diets, but that's another story for another day. And they say, look, I want to lose weight. I want to stop, overeating or drinking or something. I want you to be my accountability partner, whatever. So my friend says they want to stop drinking. I might go out at an event and I might say, oh, you over there doing a lot of that drinking. I'm passing judgment, right? In a way. Well, that puts them in a position where they feel a little bit like ashamed because they're like, well, damn, you're right. I'm supposed to not do this thing, right? I'm not supposed to do it. So I feel a little bit of shame. And you mentioned that to me the way you did. It's making me rethink my behavior, right? It's constructive, one could say, right? So shaming can be constructive. It's a critique. It's a fair space to make a person, have a moment to feel bad about it, right? Okay. Now, humiliation. And I'm not saying one is better than the other because sometimes you need to humiliate people, right? So you got a person that has been publicly condemning gay marriage. They're saying, oh, the gays are this, the gays are that. And they're doing something that is seeking to harm other people, right? And they're causing harm that's going to harm someone. They're a legislator and they have the power, right? Let's say I find out that this person who was condemning gay marriage, calling it inhumane, they're being a hypocrite, is privately watching gay porn. I expose them, quote unquote, in their hypocrisy. And it leads to them being humiliated by other people as being a hypocrite to the point that now people are teasing them and whatnot. They feel shame, but it's being done by measures that's seeking to really, disrespect or injure their reputation and whatnot. That's humiliation. I think, this is my opinion, it might be unpopular, that humiliation should come towards those who are doing something that is actually deliberately harming others. I think that there are some things that people do in life that require shame, but may not be directly harming others. And I think shame is required in those situations that are problematic, that does not require humiliation. But some people need to be humiliated in order to be shamed, because shame may not be enough. Shame alone is not enough to get people to feel ashamed. Okay, that might be like a little tongue twizzler. Ashamed is the outpost. Shame is the input. Humiliation is the input to get the output to be ashamed. Some people have to be humiliated in order to be ashamed. Some people just simply need to be shamed in order to feel ashamed. Not everything requires humiliation, but humiliation and shame are both powerful. The Coldplay situation, I think there was initial shame, and then it bled into humiliation. And the humiliation in that situation, in my opinion, I think is a little excessive. We're now beating a dead horse, right? And in my book, The Case for Cancel Culture, I delve into this in a certain type of way. That in cancel culture, because part of cancel culture, shame and humiliation plays a role in cancel culture. It does. It's the root of it, right? But I do feel like we could argue that things could be excessive. Necessary, yes, it could be excessive. But it's all relative on what's excessive. It's all relative. Even shame itself is relative. Even humiliation is relative. So, food for thought. Now let's get into that. Local politics, here we go. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about Shapiro. Shapiro got some he's in some shit right now, y'all. He's in a really interesting space. It's got a lot going on. He might have some tough competition as he runs for governor next year. That's happening. It may not be smooth sailings. I think he started off very strong as governor, and I think something happened halfway. I think the presidential race took a turn for him, and I don't think in a good way for Shapiro. I think in the beginning of his tenure, everything was looking good. I-76, talks of president, everything was looking good for him. And I think that was because Democrats also had a better space at that time, in navigating it. I think he just was looking like a promising Democrat. Things were looking good. I think the reelection of Trump and the presidential election overall, I think dampened a little bit of momentum for Shapiro, because now everybody knows what Shapiro wants, and I think some people want to stop him from getting it. I also think we're at a certain phase in politics where we are getting a little bit over some of the performativeness. Real rap. People are getting over some of the performativeness of it all. Shapiro's in a hot spot. With Trump in office, we're going to see him backpedal. There is an initiative right now to ban trans youth from playing in sports. Shapiro's being very quiet about trans people right now. Take that into consideration. Real quiet. Real quiet. He's playing a dancey game, a dirty game with politics. I'll start there. The other thing is that this budget, what's going on with this budget? What's going on with SEPTA? SEPTA, as somebody who listens to my podcast often
refers to as City Hall. For those who know, you know. If you know, you know. They always used to go up to the stage at City Council and be like, let's talk about SEPTA. He says it just like that. He knows who I'm talking about. Interesting guy. But he knows what I'm talking about. And if he listens to the podcast, he should let me know that he listened to it, because that's how I know he listened to this episode, because he know that's what he do. But what's going on with SEPTA? What's going on? Because that budget still ain't gotten passed yet fully. What's going on with it? He in a tough spot. But he's got time to talk about Mondani. And I don't know why he's doing that. Why he talking about that man? Why? Why are y'all talking about Mamdani? Why y'all talking about Mondani? Why are y'all worried about that? Why are you worried about that? Mind your own business. Okay? Respectfully, Shapiro. Like, feeding into the anti-Semitism, condemning to... Why are you worried about what's going on in New York City in that way? Okay? Like, why are you spending that time? I saw the interview. He said a lot of other things that did not become headlines, because the main headline was him talking this shit. I think it was Jewish Insider publication that he was interviewed talking about it. Why are we talking about Mondani? Leave that alone. That man's about to be win. Why are y'all like what's going on with SEPTA? What's going on with that budget? Worry about that. Because everything else is a nothing burger to me. It really is. It's really annoying, you know? And I'm tired. I'm tired of the back and forth. I am. Because we got too much bigger fish to fry. And I'm tired of people playing into that. So, that's real. That's real. So, other stuff that's going on, connected to this, and I think this is also an important thing to mention, is that there's talks about governor, it's talk about running for governor, it's talks about all these other aspects. It's time to take some time to reflect on what that's looking like. Because we spending so much time talking about everybody else and every other thing. And there's just other things to be worried about at home. You chasing that national spotlight a little too much. I mean, he was on the Colbert Show recently. Just a lot. So, yeah. Yeah. Just paying attention to a lot of different stuff going on. And So, as we get closer to that, and y'all know what that I'm talking about, Mayor Cherelle Parker's administration, these hires and these fires. We're going to talk about the hires first, and then we're going to talk about those fires. But I just want to say this real quick before I get into this episode. Well, this part of the episode. Full disclaimer. I support Black women. I protect Black women. I support and protect all Black women that are worthy of protection. I do not support Black women or any woman or any man or any one, regardless of race, gender, that are oppressive, abusive, toxic, and problematic. That doesn't matter your race, your gender, your nationality, your creed, your religion. It does not matter to me. I believe that we should protect all Black women, but that does not include Black women who are abusive, toxic, harmful to the community. Now, I am not saying that it's Cherelle Parker. Let me be very clear. But when I see certain behavior that I do see to be problematic and toxic, I will not be defending that behavior. I will not be in blind allegiance to it. I will not turn a blind eye to it. I will not be silent and see it happen and not speak on concerns. I will, and in speaking on concerns and critiquing is not attacking, okay? It's not. Let's also use our words correctly. Every critique is not an attack. Every criticism is not shade. Because you straight people done ruined the fuck out of shade like y'all ruined Clock It. Everything is not fucking shade. Everything is not fucking an attack. Everything is not canceling. Criticism and speaking truth to power and holding people accountable in positions of power is always, should, because it's not always, but should be permissible. So let's get into it. There was some controversy with the announcement of Renee Chanel Fatah. She has now been officially been announced as being appointed. She's in a position. She is the newly appointed executive director of the Philadelphia Commission on Human Relations, PCHR, and the Fair Housing Commission. PCHR is the official civil rights agency of the city of Philadelphia. They currently have a chair of their commission that is somebody that is not that great. But Renee Chanel Fatah is also the wife of former Congressman Shaka Fatah. She's also a longtime journalist that's been in the game for a long time. She's a graduate of Penn Law School. She has a master's degree in journalism from the University of Missouri. She also has an undergraduate degree from Johns Hopkins, where she serves as on the Council of Trustees for Johns Hopkins. She's, been very involved in civil rights and legal work. As she transitioned from journalism and then decided to go back to the legal field, she's been a major advocate for that. And I think, that's great work. The Inquirer did a very nasty job of announcing her appointment. The job, she's getting paid $170,000 a year, which isn't that bad. That's a nice salary. She's been in a lot of positions over the past couple of years that I've noticed, and PABJ is a big fan of Renee Chanel Fatah. I mean, we gave her the Hall of Fame, PABJ's first ever Hall of Fame. Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists had an inaugural Hall of Fame, and she was one of our Hall of Fame inductees. Great woman. Will not take that from her at all. I like Renee Chanel Fatah. She's been a fan of my work and she's been supportive. I think that what has become critical, and let me get to the Inquirer's nasty work. On social media, they shared the announcement and they immediately put the caption under the post speaking about how her husband, Shaka Fatah, was, convicted of a crime. And they said, Chanel Fatah, an attorney and former news anchor, is married to former U.S. Rep. Shaka Fatah, who resigned after being convicted in 2016 on federal corruption charges. Okay. I don't understand why that is how you would lead a conversation. First of all, that had been in 2016. So that's like 9 years ago. Why is that the lead to talking about a woman who has since then been executive director of other legal advocacy organizations? Like, there's so many other problems. Just why is that the conversation? Because so much of the conversation about this woman's career, reputation, and life has been about her legal work. And I think we all as a people have to evolve, right? On it. You know? And more has to be said. More has to be explored. And this is just the typical shit that the Inquirer's been doing for a long time. I've known this. So let me be very clear. I knew this. Now, I read the article, and I thought that the article was interesting because they do talk about how it seems to be a problem in Cherelle's orbit that she has been consistently hiring a lot of folks in the political circles already. You got City Representative Giselle Jones, who is now the city representative, but she's the wife of City Council Member Curtis Jones Jr. Council Member Jimmy Harity's wife is also a community coordinator for the Parker's Kensington Cleanup Initiative. Also, Don Chavot served on the city school board in an unpaid position. She is the wife of the council president, Kenyatta Johnson. You also got former state representative Kevin Boyle, who is the brother of Brendan Boyle, who's the U.S. congressman, was hired this year as the deputy director of external affairs. You also have former state rep Leslie Acosta, who pleaded guilty in 2016 to taking part in an embezzlement scheme. She is now has a community outreach job in the Department of Commerce. She's also the daughter of former state rep Ralph Acosta. So it's very clear that they're trying to paint a pattern that in many ways Renee Chanel Fatah is one of many other people that's a part of administration filled with a lot of political interest. But respectfully, of all of the people that was named, and I say this respectfully to those people, but whatever, she's probably the one that makes the most sense for the role that she's in. Like all these other people, you could argue, did they need to be a city representative? Did they have to be the person hired? I mean, does Dawn Chavot, who is a charter school consultant, right? Does she need to be on the city school board? I know it's an unpaid position, but does she need that? Like, did Giselle Jones, city representative, like, that's such a very, like, respectfully, did that job, could there have been other people? I'm just saying that Renee Chanel Fatah, I feel like all of her credentials and work that she's done, she's actually fit for this. She was previously she's worked in the public interest law for years. She was at the Senior Law Center as an executive, and she also served as executive director for Philadelphia Lawyers for Social Equity. She's well-versed in this, and she's already had the required experience that would make her an ideal candidate for this role. But again, because of all the other previous hires and infractions that the Parker administration has had, it sets her up in a position where so much other stuff is happening. I just find all of these tit for tats, all of these things encompassing of a larger issue. So I want to lay some foundation here. See, you know what I'm doing. If I'm coming with the compliments early, you know what I'm coming with next. This is how weaponization is there. And I think that's the problem. when the Inquirer made that social media post, I saw a lot of people from the Philadelphia ruling class, right? Ruling class, the Philadelphia ruling class. And y'all know who those people are. We talked about it before. They began to criticize the Philadelphia Inquirer, drag them, say they do not protect black women. They're horrible to black women. They're this, they're that, they're all the things. Okay, fine, whatever. Cool. I agree with that. But here's the problem. 2 weeks ago, remember that picture on the front cover of the Inquirer that had Cherelle Parker in what I call that scandal gladiator pose walk, where it's her, it's Tiffany Thurman, it's who else is in there? It's Tiffany Thurman, it's Sincere Harris, who's the deputy mayor. It's all of them, and they're having this moment. And Vanessa Garrett Harley, who's also chief deputy mayor, is Vanessa Garrett Harley. It's all three of those women alongside of Chief of Staff Tiffany Thurman, of course, Deputy Mayor Sincere Harris, alongside of Mayor Cherelle Parker. They're all four walking down City Hall, and this is right after the DC 33 deal. And everybody was like, "Oh, this is a badass picture, and this is black women, and this is that." You know, it's all of this. All of this. And all of this is being said. And for those various reasons, you know, for those various reasons, I'm sitting here like, you praise them. The ruling class did. Oh, this is strong black women and taunting and teasing. They know who they are. And I said, that ain't the flex you think it is. I said this 2 episodes ago. This ain't the flex y'all think this is. I've seen the Inquirer rise people up and knock them right down. I said, this is not the flex you think it is. And what's going to happen when this backfires? You're praising a publication that has a history of racism. You're praising a publication that does not give a fuck about black folks or black communities. You're praising a publication that will give it and take it away quickly. You're going to eat it up. But here's what's ironic about it. Renee Chanel Fatah shared that image from the Inquirer, said, I loved it, and it went viral. She got like over 1,000 likes on Facebook around it. And I remember everyone was hyping it up, and she helped really get traffic on it. And I was thinking to myself, oh no, Renee, why would you share that from the Inquirer? Why would you praise them? Why would you do that? But, you know, when you like what you like, and at the time, it was not announced that she worked there, but I just remember she was just consistently praising the Parker administration. And I didn't understand why at the time. And in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, she must have a bag with them. Because it just seems like just for her to just be promoting them and just being a champion for them just seems a little, But here we are. We find out she's working for them and she's got a new job. And, you know, the inner workings of the political ruling class is it's going to always look out for each other. No shame there, but just keeping them 100. So when this comes out, I do speak out on it publicly, you know, and just say, hey, I'm all about the consistency here. I'm all about, you know, what's going on. And everybody was just like, oh, but we got to protect black women. I said, why do we continue to play into the protect black women, even though we can't acknowledge the double standards of how this administration and others that supported it propped up that publication to highlight them on a deal that many people rightfully criticized. Because see, the conflation narrative was if you criticize the mayor on how she handled DC 33, then you were attacking a black woman. And where is this smoke for Kenny? Again, these were all false equivalencies. But we saw all of that take shape. And I said, you're going to walk yourself in a situation that you're not going to want to do, because when it does, when the gas hits the metal, when the metal hits the pedal, when it gets real, you all are going to run out of these excuses. Kind of reminds me slightly of the Trump situation. Trump played all the conspiracies about Epstein and all this shit, and now the conspiracies ain't sticking because everybody sees it for what it is. That's what's happening right now with the Parker administration. They have played on every type of identity they can to deflect from accountability on legitimate concerns and critiques. The people that was criticizing the Parker administration for the most part were not all hating on her because she's a black woman. Yes, there's always going to be sexist in the mix. There's always going to be racist in the mix. But the vast majority of the people that was critiquing the mayor was not doing it because she was a black woman. And so you got to fucking stop it. But because y'all didn't have a stronger argument to defend the positions of this mayor and how problematic that they were, you all had to grasp for straws. And I tell people that anytime you start grasping for those straws because you can't defend an argument without it, that's when you realize you've lost it. See, I can critique my critics on so many levels before having to call out the racism and homophobia. It's actually them that have to lean into their racism and their homophobia to dismiss me because they can't shut me down without it. They have to actually find ways to attack aspects of my identity and my character before actually having a fair argument with me. I was critiquing Cherelle Parker without actually speaking to her race and her gender at all in my critiques. I was having a fair argument that had nothing to do with her gender or her race. I didn't have to make jokes or memes or ad hominem attacks. I was speaking on just how flawed her arguments were on fiscal responsibility. Nobody wanted to address that or acknowledge that because it did not fit the narrative that they were trying to create. And that, my friends, is propaganda. So, let's talk about protecting black women. And let's talk about the uncomfortable opinion that is laying in this reality. So right after Renee Chanel Fatah, we think, okay, she's got a new black woman in this position, Office of LGBT Affairs. We'll get to that in a minute. But the Philadelphia Commissioner of Human Relations, okay, Renee Chanel Fatah, the way that the press came at her was not fair. Right, protect her, got it, we love her, let her have the job, let's move the fuck on. Because they were still holding on to that protect black women. But then something happens. On Friday, on the day of Ty Brown, they used they, them pronouns. Ty Brown, their full name, right, is, they're in this top position. They are, Tyrell is their name. They were at the new director of LGBTQ affairs. They get the appointment March 21st, 2021. So you go from March to April to May to June, July. So, one could say roughly less than 4 months. They announce that they're going to go back to Philly Pride 365. The story comes out in Philadelphia Gay News that they've left the city government on Friday morning. It was a shocking development given that Parker had appointed them regarding Tyrell, or they go by Ty for short, but Ty to the position less than 5 months earlier. So they ain't even been in the position that long. But Brown had told, Ty had told the newspaper that they were leaving the post, because they wanted to return to full-time work. This is a nonprofit they founded that organizes the city's annual Pride celebrations and other events. Now, what I will tell you is, because I know T, that story was, I don't know if the word is planted is appropriate, but it was a part of a plan to get ahead of the real story of what happened. Because if it's too good to believe, it just might be. the decision to go, everything being positive, everything being lollipops and roses, is that really how it went down? Of course not. I knew that. And I knew that that story in the Philadelphia Gay News was an attempt, right? The framing, right? Ty's having a birthday. Ty wants to make this announcement on their birthday. They want to do it with the Philadelphia Gay News. They want to make it look like they're glowing up and moving on to new horizons. And it's going to be a very positive, affirming day. And that this is the story they want to tell. I knew that that was not the true story. I knew it wasn't. Because I heard. Because I have sources. And part of the reason why this story didn't work out, because it involved the termination of another person. Brandy Anderson, who had been in a position as the chief DEI person for the city, pretty much. So if anybody who Nolan Atkinson used to be, he used to be in that position back in the Kennedy administration. But this person is like the chief diversity, equity, inclusion. This is the person that's the big DEI person for this position. Brandy Anderson is a black woman. She oversees this. It was in charge. Now, under her purview as the chief DEI director, when she was in that position, she oversaw all these other types of diversity initiatives. You know, the Women's Office, the Office of LGBT Affairs, all these people like report to her. She's in charge of the girls, as they say. She got let go. Okay, she was fired. They both were fired or let go, however people want to put it. Now, Ty's departure, there's been speculation. They can't speak, and the city won't speak on this. But their departure, from what I've heard, again, allegedly, that there might have been a nice departure package attached to Ty's departure. That it wasn't just simply, allegedly, that it wasn't simply, I'm leaving, you're leaving, by the end. That there was allegedly a nice little package. And with that package comes, probably a non-disclosure, right? They can't publicly speak on record or share things because part of a severance package or a separation package, don't ask me how I know. Well, you do know. I've done a separation package. And I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And I had to get a nice lump of money to go and separate. And part of the package means that you can't disclose any information about the breakup or the separation. I've done that before. And to be clear, I've done it in situations that the information or whatever the situation wasn't anything harmful or damaging or anything that was a crime or illegal. So let me just say this. I don't do cover up. Like I ain't cover up no crime or nothing. Because if that was the case, I would have whistleblowed, okay? But just in general, like information about the status of the company or, what other stuff is going on, that may not necessarily be favorable. Doesn't mean that it's a crime or something's illegal or some malpractice. It's just like, you just don't, they would rather you shut up and, not share anything. I've taken separation packages like that. Not covering sexual abuse, racism, discrimination, nothing like that. Nothing like that. So I know what it looks like because I've done it. I've had it before. And again, you could choose not to. You could say, look, fuck it, I'm leaving, but then you don't get no money, right? And you just you got to assess that, right? What I gather is that Brandy Anderson did not take that type of agreement. Brandy Anderson did not take that type of separation agreement. She did not take the bait, right? She did not. And that's why if you read that bombshell Inquirer story, you could tell who talked and who didn't talk. But you got to recognize that Brandy comes from her spouse They're lawyers. She's a lawyer. She's got some money. She's educated. She good. She's also married. Ty Brown, that's a working class individual. They don't got money. And also, they don't got the legal means to afford to fight the city and do all of that if they wanted to. So they probably just say, you know what? I'm walking into a new job, new money, new opportunity. This a nice smooth transition. I can phase up out of here. Hypothetically, I'm speculating. I'm speculating, right? I gotta say allegedly. But y'all know how this goes. Y'all know. Y'all know. Y'all not dumb. You can pick up the pieces. I'm not saying, but if I was saying, right, they probably, it's like, if I were them, I'm not them. But if I were them, because we're going to talk about what happened, or what was reportedly what happened, what was written about and reported. But if I was in a situation, right, where I was already not filling a job, hypothetically, allegedly, if I did not want to be somewhere, if I went to a job and I was at the Office of LGBT Affairs, allegedly, and hypothetically, like if I was there and I got there and I was sold a pack of shit, allegedly, like I went there thinking I was going to do some things in the position and it was bullshit. And pretty much my power was limited. People was taking credit for my work. And I did not feel like I was being heard. I was being misgendered. I was not getting any real coordinated support to do anything. And I was sitting around fouling my fingers, going to a bunch of meetings where my voice wasn't really being heard. No one really gave a fuck, but I was getting paid, but I was pretty bored. And I was seeing bad things happen, and shit was getting messier and more awkward. And a really awkward thing happens, and it's obvious that things are not going to change for the better, and it's only going to get worse based on the situation. And before I get, like, in a situation where shit gets really, really bad, let me go ahead and take this little buyout, this little package, shut my mouth, move on with my life, never remember that episode again, and just move forward with new money in my bag, a brand new job, and to do the shit that I love to do and move on. Yeah, I would do that. Hypothetically. I would do that. I will take that deal. How do I know? Because I've done something like that before. What was it? Well, if I sign a non-disclosure agreement, I can't tell you it, right? Correct, right? Right? I know what that looks like. Take it. Take the deal. They took the deal. Because do I need to be in public scandal? Do I need, as a black queer person, hypothetically, allegedly, would I want to be in a situation where I'm beefing with the mayor in public? The mayor, we know what type of mayor this is. This is the type of mayor that does like to fight. She likes to fight in the headlines, in the press. Do I need a situation where I could get blacklisted, lose any type of job in a city like Philadelphia, where a phone call can be made and everybody can ostracize me, turn their backs on me, white gay men really control the narrative, and everybody is literally within her administration in some type of way, shape, or form, and so all she's got to do is make a phone call and get me shut the fuck out. Yeah, I don't want that to happen to me. Because do we know who Selena Morrison is? Okay. You know Selena Morrison, the former Office of LGBTQ Affairs Director. You know, the one who got, forced out of the office for various reasons and got fired. We're going to talk about her in a minute, right? The black trans woman who has since then not really gotten much employment opportunities or any of that, who got put on that pedestal in the Kennedy administration only for her to be taken right out of the Cherelle Parker administration. And where is she? Where is her jobs? Where is her opportunities? Fortunately, she has a husband who is gainfully employed and she's able to, have the benefits and the support of a spouse. But my God, could you imagine if she was a single black trans woman trying to navigate this world and navigate this city? She couldn't be able to live in this city and live, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. Because that's a reality too. And we don't talk about that enough, do we now? No, that's uncomfortable to talk about. Nobody want to talk about that because that would be uncomfortable. But real as fuck though. But also uncomfortable though. So nobody wants to talk about that and unpack that reality. So moving along with that, right? We'll get to that in a minute. I think, in my opinion, my uncomfortable opinion, I think Ty took whatever they took, allegedly, and made the smart decision. Because when I talked earlier about the situation with Gaza, see, Black queer people are in a very precarious situation. Ty probably would love to blow the can and say everything, but Ty also knows their community, and they also know how this media would be. There'll be lots of media attention. There'll be lots of buzz. They'll chew you up and they'll spit you out. They won't protect you. They won't give you whatever. I know. Trust me, I fucking know. And that's why I move the way that I move. That's why I am strategic about how I navigate this space, because I know that people will all day, every day want to see a circus and eat the popcorn. But when it's time to pick up the trash and pick people up after the show, they don't do that. They leave and they go to the next spectacle. I know how this works. I've seen it. It's happened to me. It's happened to people I care about. I see it happen to several Black queer people specifically in this town. I know. I see it. I sat back and I called out the Kennedy administration, and I sat there and I struggled in so many different ways to tell those stories, to get those opportunities. I was blacklisted and I dealt with it. Thank God I was super brilliant, super talented, but everybody shouldn't have to be the Beyonce of their respective genre in order to be protected. There's so many people that cannot be who I am, do what I do, live like I live, have the education I have the resources I have. I get so many opportunities from national entities that protect me and keep me paid, because if I leaned on local only, trust me, it would have been cut a long time ago. You better ask somebody. You better wonder what happened to your faves that got burnt out, exploited, and didn't get opportunities, how they had to relocate, move, and go different places because of how nasty this city is. Oh, trust me, it's not easy to do what I do. Trust me, I'm not worried about anybody. Everybody's like, oh, you think there's going to be another Ernest? You go, child, nobody wants to do what I do. Nobody can do what I do. Nobody can afford to do what I do, how I do it, the way I do it, in the skin that I'm in. Because this city will burn these people to the stake and run them out. And so I know people will want to say, ooh, why isn't Tyrell speaking or whatever? I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I get exactly why. It makes so much sense. So y'all need to give that person some grace, because I have seen it. But we'll get to the nuances of that too. So let's talk about what happened, allegedly. In a nutshell, the deputy chief of staff that works under Tiffany Thurman is a white gay man. His name is Chris Daly. And Chris Daly is married. Chris Daly is gay. Chris Daly is the deputy chief of staff at Tiffany Thurman. Now, because this is important, Christopher Daly, as the city's, deputy chief of staff, he's also white. This needs to be noted. He's a white gay man. Now, here's some important information to acknowledge. This man was apparently on a cruising app. Now, some people have said Grindr. Sources have told me Sniffies. I don't know. I ain't been on the dating apps in over 10 years. But apparently, allegedly, Christopher Daly was on this dating app called Sniffies or Grindr, or one of them. I can't confirm, but I've heard people say Grindr, but I've also heard people say Sniffies. They've been calling it Sniffygate. It could be either one, Grindr date, whatever. Don't matter what type of app. But it's important to understand that it was a black dating cruising app. These are the apps that people go on to solicit sex, to solicit certain things. Apparently, Ty, who isn't married, to my understanding, is on the app. They're queer. They're queer. They're on the app. they received a message from Daily. Now, it's important to note that Tyrell did not identify themselves on the app. Now, descriptions might be size, weight, because you have to in these apps, apparently, because I was asking a friend about, getting my research purposes. And and again, I haven't been on the scene in a minute, but I would imagine back in the day, I used to hear, and what I've known is that you have to identify yourself in some type of way. Now, you don't have to put your face, in the avatar, but you got to, like Facebook, put details about yourself. Your height, your race, your all that kind of stuff, descriptors. You just can't be blank on the damn thing. So apparently, Ty did not identify their actual face, but they did put descripting information. And with these dating cruising apps, you can send information and share information based on proximity and close proximity. So there's basically like Uber Eats. Like, you know how you could be in radius? They have all the signals. You straight people, the straights know. Y'all know Tinder, the person 0.5 away from you. Now, if you imagine you're on a dating app and you're in a room or you're in similar space and you're in the park administration and there's somebody on a dating app and y'all on the app and y'all near each other. Woo, child, you know that there is somebody in close proximity. You know somebody near you. Okay? Now, let's put this in perspective. Chris is out. Like, you could go on their social media and find pictures and you can find out that they are. So no one's being outed here. I don't know the nature of their marriage, so I don't know if they're monogamous, non-monogamous. That's none of my business. As reported by the Inquirer, here's what we do know. We do know, according to the Inquirer, who reported this story, is that the person identified themselves in the app. Now, Ty did not, but they were in close proximity. Now, let's do logical math. I'm in the park administration. I identify myself. I don't share a picture of myself, but my race is located, my size. I'm Black. I'm male or non-binary male identifying. I'm Black. I'm less than 0.5 miles away from you in proximity. There is a strong likelihood that the person who is single or not married that is out could be the person that you're contacting. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Now, you are in this proximity. This is some shit that I remember when I was in college, when I was single. I was on dating apps when I was single. I remember I was in my college house that I lived in. And I was on the app. This was like, I was like 20 then. And this was like, I was like, oh shit, somebody in this floor, because that's how close they used to be. The technology is even closer. I was like, somebody on this floor, and Dr. Parks, no, my good girl Amanda, no, because we used to kiki about this. But I was like, somebody is on this floor, on this app. And it wasn't really an app, because back then it was called Black Gay Chat, BGC Live. That's what it was. So it was like, it wasn't an app on your phone, because back then they didn't do the app. So that's how I'm telling my age, child. That's what I'm saying. I was single for it. You listen. It was BGC Live. And I don't even know if it's still out. I don't even know. But it was like that. It was what was it called? A for A, Adam for Adam. But they weren't apps when I was single. Like back when I was single, it wasn't like an app. It was like it was a website. And so you would create the accounts or whatever. Now, back then, they were cruising, but they weren't just cruising. There was places where you could talk about music. Like BGC Live was more than just sex and dating. It was not just that. But I mean, a large chunk of it was a space, right? And it was also a space for people because people wasn't out back then. Everybody wasn't out as much as they are now. But anywho, you were no proximity. So we was on the same floor. And so Amanda and me used to kiki, me and Jess, we was all on the same floor. And I'd be like, ooh, somebody is on this floor, girl. And we don't know who it is because they would hide their face. So I would just chat with them. And I was like, I have a sense of who I think it is. But I didn't know because whoever it was not out. So you didn't know who it could be potentially. But she played this mystery guessing game. And this one person, which I won't name who it is, but they basically played this mystery game with me where we was messaging each other and I didn't know because I was in a black college house. So it was a lot of black guys and I didn't know who it could be potentially. But they were playing little riddles and eventually found out I found out who they were. I found out who they were. And unfortunately, they were a secret admirer of me, but I did not have the same interest. But in the end, we were cool, but it was kind of like a bummer because the person who I would have wanted it to be, it wasn't. Because I was like, anyway, I digress. But what I'm saying is proximity can still spot a person. So even though Ty allegedly, right, may have not known who the person exactly was, or they may not have known, they was probably hoping it was the person it was because they were only two out people in the space. So Chris Daly allegedly, based on this reporting, sent a semi-nude photo to Ty. Ty received it. However, Ty, one could argue that Chris may have not known it was Ty, but also could have known it was Ty because they were both the only gay men in that space. And he would have only been, based on his identity, black gay out man in that space. Now, again, they could have thought it was somebody else. But again, it's somebody in your workplace. So why would you communicate? Even if you're on a dating app, okay, let's be clear. Even if you're on a cruise dating app, whatever the case is, you can go talk to anybody else. But don't you send nothing to somebody that's a consistent employee that's in your office. That's a little too much, especially if you're the deputy chief of staff. Even if you did have people across proximity, why would you slide your ass on that site with that like, why would you even try to talk? No fraternizing with the employees. Now, what I will say, because let me pause, because just to let y'all know that I do not discriminate against people based on their sexual orientation. They were, if there was to be fucking in that office, which there was not with those two, that would not be the first, or would have been the first time two employees or people working in the park administration was fucking in the same proximity office. And the people I'm talking about, they know who they are, and they were straight. And I just want to say, y'all better not even go there. Because they would have not been the only ones, if that would have happened, to have done it. Okay? Let me just say that. And let me just say, with the situation I'm referring to, with the two people that were involved, no apps were required. Because the fucking around was happening long before people was put in positions and jobs. And from what I've heard from close sources, a certain mayor knew about it before hiring had begun. Don't make me pull out those receipts. I know that for a fact. And I'm not even going to put an allegedly on that shit because I will name the date, the time, the place, and who, what, where, and when on that story. But I'm going to leave that alone. But I told y'all there was some shit going on at office and administration. Again, does not involve the mayor directly. The mayor is not the one doing any of the things. But let's just, So back on task. Ty got these semi-nude pictures from Chris. Ty tells Brandy Anderson, who is the chief DEI person, who is basically the boss and the managing supervisor. Brandy is in space. They tell this to another person, brings this to the deputy mayor, brings this to other people involved because this is a higher up issue. Rather than focus on the issue at hand, because Ty apparently allegedly felt, uncomfortable because they're like, whoa. I feel like, what do I do in this situation? The deputy chief of staff is sending me pictures. This is awkward. I don't know if this is going to carry on into some other things, but I feel a little weird. What do I do? And they did the right thing. They told their supervisor. They told their boss. The boss tries to handle this, right? Try to, figure out what's the next step. An issue to be managed, right? A situation to address. Okay. Right. Right. You know, this is the top aide to Tiffany Thurman, one of the highest ranking officials in the park administration. This happens, first of all, for those who want to know when this all happened, this happened literally in early July, right around the time of the strike. You know, because Ty reported the incident to Anderson and showed Anderson what she told to the press as a semi-nude image on July 2nd. This is right in the midst of the city's first worker strike since 1986, okay? Now, Ty said to Anderson that they did not feel like they were harassed, okay? Because they were unclear whether Chris Daly knew whom they sent the photo, which included Daly's face. Now, I just want to start by saying that regardless of sexual orientation, you are a top city government official and you are sending semi-nude photos with your face on it on cruising apps to people that you don't know. Now, that's not responsible. But anywho, Brown's profile was anonymous, but the app did use geolocation. So they knew they were contacting someone in or near City Hall. Anderson told the press that they weren't sure what to do. It was an awkward situation to be sent this. So Brandy Anderson reported the incident to the Office of Human Resources, HR, and the Chief Deputy Mayor, Vanessa Garrett Hartley. Allegedly, Anderson says that Garrett Hartley told her to stop talking about the issue and stop mentioning it. And apparently, she said that, and Vanessa said she should have stopped, that Vanessa Garrett Hartley told her she should have shut it down. And what even made things worse is that the Office of the Inspector General conducted a probe, and after staff in her office were interviewed, she realized that the investigation that she tried to spark, she became the subject of it. And so apparently last Tuesday, she was called into a meeting with the human resources director, the HR director, and Garrett Hartley, and basically was told she was fired. And was fired because of a violation of the sexual harassment policy. Brandy Anderson was not given any clarity on exactly, allegedly she claims, that she was not given any clarity on how she violated the sexual harassment policy, but basically was told that she was faulted on how she handled the moment when Brown showed her the photo, because another employee was present and that the person should have been removed, and that in some ways, you know, that both her and Brown distributed the photo. However, there was no actual quote unquote distribution of the photo because somebody saw the photo. It wasn't distributed the photo. Again, this is all odd and weird. It makes no sense. Brandy Anderson has since then went on to LinkedIn to share her frustrations. She is whistleblowing and saying that she's not about cover-ups. And while, you know, Brandy Anderson has been very vocal, again, Ty Brown has not commented on the reason for the termination, wants to call it a mutual separation, which you all know that mutual separations have mutual separation agreements, which I don't know if there was a mutual separation agreement that could have had money connected to it. But Brandy Anderson did not get that. Brandy Anderson was fired. And now she's speaking up. And I've heard from close sources that there is a possible wrongful termination lawsuit that might be in the works. And that might not be the only wrongful termination lawsuit that might come out of what's been happening to the Parker administration. That what I've been told from several sources, that several former employees have also claimed that they've been wrongfully terminated from the Parker administration and do plan to sue the city. That's what I've heard. That is what sources have told me. And that apparently from sources close to Brandy Anderson, she's exploring legal options in regards to what has happened to her. I have not spoken to Brandy Anderson. So therefore, you know, I am just telling you what I've heard from sources. And listen, listen, the city might resolve all this. Or they might choose, to not, Settlements can happen. There's a lot of things that can take place. I've covered politics, as you all know, for a decade. So I've seen people blow up some smoke and then quietly just go away, A good settlement can resolve it all. And I'm just talking again, hypothetically. I don't know what might happen. But, it seems that Brandy Anderson has spoken out and, she's, calling the city out. And it's very interesting because a lot of people who were doing the Protect Black Women when it came to Cherelle Parker has been a little quiet because this is a Black woman that a lot of them have held in high regard. And she's actually a part of their administration, right? Like Brandy Anderson was held and lauded, as being a part of the quote unquote, the good side, right? And now there's division, I begged the question a couple of days ago, is it protect Black women or just the ones in power in Philly who you like? Like, are no one trying to protect Brandy Anderson now? Is it was just protect Cherelle and the administration? Is the ruling class only going to protect those who are relevant in ruling at the time? Like, which one is it? Because it's gotten real quiet on some of these streets and nobody wants to say anything because it's gotten internal. But this is why I tell people that you got to be careful with identity politics because power manifests in different ways, which is what brings me to this next boomerang in this story. So Selena McLean, I know she now goes by Selena McLean, but Selena Morrison, but she's now Selena McLean. She's married to, but Selena Morrison, for those who know, was the former executive director of the Office of LGBT Affairs. So Selena Morrison, now McLean, because her husband is also, he's a trans man and his last name is McLean. So she uses that more. But she responded and said, I've sat silent long enough. When I talked about my experience with the Parker administration, y'all wrote it off. The same folks that went on a smear campaign about me and said that they could do a better job. Now look at you. Now you will see the lengths these Black women in power will go to diminish your representation. To Brandy Blocker Anderson, you assisted in doing the same thing to me, and now the tables have turned. Fuck you. You deserve it because you wanted so badly to be one of them. You gaslit and carried out every unjust thing they directed you to. Now sit in that bed you helped make. And now the plot thickens. So Selena Morrison McLean is a Black trans woman who was in that position before Tyrell Brown. You all know Selena has went through it all. The drama that she had with the officer, the situation with when she got taken over by state police and it was in the rain and her husband was, dealt with what appeared to be a very aggressive handling by those state troopers. And she was then out of the office. There was a lot of controversy behind her departure. What I will tell you from sources I know close to it, and I have talked to Selena, the way in which she was let go and what I will say from other sources close to the situation, it just appeared to be just a very intense breakup between the office and her. The administration, the Park administration, did not really seem, of course, according to sources, did not really embrace Selena. Did not really necessarily want her in that position. And while they couldn't just simply fire her and let her go because of the optics at that time, and this is before Trump got elected, she felt unwelcomed. There seems to be an interest. And I know from some administrative people that they were looking for someone to replace her. I can name names, but there was a list. There were people that they were looking to. It just was obvious that she wasn't a fit, quote unquote, for that administration. And whereas there were little things that they clashed about. From what I've heard from close sources, allegedly, Brandy Anderson, was someone who kind of, some folks would say in the administration and people close that worked there at the time, Selena, was that there was a lot of passive aggressiveness around her.
around handling Selena, like notes on her attire to work. And in some ways, Brandy Anderson was sent up top, allegedly, to carry out complaints and what some will consider microaggressive feedback to Selena. And it did lead to a confrontation between Tiffany Thurman and Selena. That Selena did have an issue with Tiffany Thurman, who was the chief of staff, allegedly, that there was some words expressed, and that led to her immediate resignation or termination. But it was very much a toxic work environment, Selena has said, and that certain people were complicit in that, including Brandy Anderson, allegedly. And it's not all my story to tell, but the patterns and concerns and complaints and the culture of that office is not new. It's not new to me. It's not new to a couple people. But some people argued at the time to give this mayor grace, that, you know, she was just trying to get her feet wet in the door. But what I have been aware of is that for quite some time, these patterns never changed. Staffers getting cursed out, that is a pattern of verbal abuse, allegedly. Yelling, curse outs loud that can be heard from other offices. I might have some of the recordings of this. This may have been sent to me from former employees, possibly, allegedly, maybe. Who knows? All I'm saying is I'm not saying anything that I really don't want to put allegedly on it, because I have heard and have observed certain instances of this. But again, I say all this to say that some people will chalk this up as a disgruntled employee that is going to the press. Oh, we've heard this so often, right? The disgruntled employee. The former employee that's mad that they're no longer at the job, so now they want to say all the bad things. Look, I'm not debating that. But I do think when there is a consistent pattern, and it's not just, you know, a certain look, but black women, trans women, black trans women, queer people, black folks from marginalized communities that people are claiming to represent. You know, there was a saying my grandma used to say when I was younger, when I was growing up. Everybody can't be lying. Now, some people do lie. I don't know. I'm not going to say who, whatever. Some people be lying. I've been there. Trust me, I know. People lie. Or people over-embellish. Or people tell half-truths. I hold balance in that, respectfully. But at a certain point, when you have a consistency of, like, just a barrage, again and again and again, of people saying the same thing in a certain encounter, right? Everybody can't be lying. Now, when it came to the Diddy allegations, do I believe that every single person that had a Diddy story all of a sudden when Diddy, was arrested was telling the truth? Oh, absolutely not. I don't believe everybody. There were some people that were literally lying, and cases were getting dismissed and dropped left and right. Okay, so there were people that were lying and jumping on it. That happens all the time. There's no dismissing that. But at a certain point, when there is a consistent pattern of hired today, fired tomorrow, revolving door, all these consistent changes, you get to a point where you begin to realize, why is certain people being hired and why are certain people being fired? And there's a pattern that I'm noticing in this administration, and it reminds me of what she told me many years ago, 5 years ago, when I interviewed, and we were talking, well, not interviewed, but when I spoke with then City Council member Cherelle Parker on her interest to be mayor.
One of the things that she said when we talked about weaknesses, that she's loyal to default, that loyalty is one of her weaknesses, that she's loyal to default, sometimes in ways that do hurt her. That was a clear weakness that she acknowledged when we spoke, or a challenging point, or peaks and valleys, however you want to frame it. But that was a spot for her that needed reevaluation. I can now tell you 5 years later, she still needs help on that. That if you pay attention to this administration, anybody who's new, fresh, or different that comes into the administration in some of these administrative roles, no one wants that person, because that person is too free and a little bit too much of a liability for how to maintain privacy and power. See, people like to hire people that they already know. And this is not a Cherelle Parker administration. This is a pattern, but I'm talking specifically with this administration. It's not enough creativity and innovation in the types of people coming into there. And this is a pattern with political power, right? With Kenny administration, he brought in a lot of new people. And to some ways, some things got better, and then eventually they got worse. And he had to go back to the old guard of bringing in the same rusty players. We see this happen in city council. Like there's always a redundancy of the same people, because those same people hold the skeletons because they got some of their own. To a certain extent, there is a certain brain trust that, yes, you do want to keep certain folks that know how government work. You don't want to have a whole new brand slate, but it's a problem when you notice that it's always the same people we're about. A lot of the people that's in are already in the system. You're not actually innovating new people. This Parker administration asks for new people to come work for the city, but every new person, or a lot of the new people coming to work for the city, are not staying that long, because there's a culture that does not actually really do want it. They desire it, but they don't want it because it does not fit. Because accountability and change actually has to happen, and not the change in the policies, but the people and perspectives. And when you got people who have been around for so long, you know they're stubborn. They don't want to change their perspectives. And so if you're up against a wall, up against an establishment mindset, then you don't be able to flourish and grow. And as a result of that, you will then go with what you know best. So what's interesting in this process of studying this administration is that every time they've tried to get a new person, it don't really work. It looks good, but it doesn't stay. And so then they go and stick with the safety net. Because I'm going to tell you who they wanted, because now I can say some things. Jason Bowman, who is now the president of the Philadelphia Black Pride, was apparently the finalist to that seat against Tyrell Brown. Jason Bowman, who has never really had much executive experience, but would have been a sycophant for the Parker administration. I think the argument there was that a lot of the interests that be, right, the advisors to the Parker administration, you know, the Mark Siegels and others, I think they didn't want Jason Bowman in that role. I could be wrong, but that's what I've heard, right? I could be wrong. Or not. But I know that the establishment of the neighborhood did not want Jason Bowman in that position. And I also don't think, in my opinion, to be honest, he was the best fit for that position. I don't think he has enough experience in government and that type of role. Tyrell Brown had the executive leadership experience, the executive director position. They were at Galay. They had more of that type of experience that would have been good. I just don't think. I think that ties identities and politics and other aspects clashed with the vision and the role of that office and that administration. Right person, wrong administration, if you get what I'm saying. But I think what's interesting now is the next person that gets that position is going to be a yes person. They're going to be very safe. They may not even be of color. They may not even be diverse. But if they are, they're going to follow the role. They're going to follow the rules. They're going to be shaking their head. There's not going to be much coming out that office. And honestly, even with DEI, I think it's interesting that DEI and LGBT office this current time, the leaders of that both got axed at the same time. Because there's been critique about the Parker administration's advocacy in those fronts. Whereas you do got public-facing people that are diverse. You're not going to see trans representation and leadership in this administration. They are, and what I've heard from various people in the administration, those who are big fans of Parker and those who are critical, is that what they know for sure is that this administration does not want to buck against Trump. They don't want Philadelphia in the conversation. They don't want that attention over to Philly. They don't want any of that. And so they don't want to do anything that's going to create a lightning rod that's going to provoke the Trump administration. That's why you've not seen them talk about immigration. Philadelphia was never a sanctuary city, but they damn sure wanted people to understand that that was never the policy within place. And that is true. The sanctuary city narrative was something that was being carried all the time by the Inquirer. It was a false narrative. Philadelphia has not actually identified itself as a sanctuary city. That was the rhetoric that the Inquirer used and framed, and everybody took and adopted it. But to be clear, this administration, you're not going to see them talk that up. They're just not going to touch immigration the way they used to. If you look at who's leading the current immigration for the city, mediocre, lackluster. They're not doing that well of a job. I'm just going to call it what it is. I've talked to people in immigration advocacy spaces. This person in this position is playing it very low and very safe, okay? They're not rocking that boat. Office of LGBT Affairs is not going to be a space and a hub to really advance any serious LGBTQ issues in this Trump administration. They're not going to be a policy hub. They're going to be a flag-raising hub. They're going to raise the flag. They're going to do, even look at Pride. Like Pride, look how Pride has lost its teeth in this administration. And that's just not because of Parker, but because of just everything else happening. They're going to downplay the Office of LGBT Affairs. They don't really want to have it, to be honest. And you know what? I have a thought that I don't really think we should have an Office of LGBT Affairs. Because I feel like that office is too politicized, and it's never going to be what we thought it was going to be. And I actually think it shouldn't even exist. I think the power of advocacy belongs to the people. Give it back to the people. I think taxpayers' dollars, spending it, it's not going to be the office that it should be, and it will definitely not be under this administration. And not so much because of just Cherelle alone, but because she and that administration does not want to fight Trump in the public eye. Not in the way that Mondani wants to be. And that's the mayor that you've elected. If you want to elect a different mayor that's going to take on Trump in a different way, that's not what you're going to get from the Parker administration. And there's a lot of reasons for it. So you can forget the Office of LGBT Affairs having any real teeth in this administration. DEI is not going to have that much teeth in this administration, not in the way that it could have been, would have, should have been. They're going to fill these positions, but the people in these positions are going to be more docile and more submissive to the powers that be. Okay? You're not going to get a fighter. You're not going to get a champion in those seats. The next people will be yes people, and they will be yes, Madam Mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor. There'll be no back talk. Okay? These are going to be loyal lapdogs and sycophants. And that's the way that this administration wants to operate. Elections have consequences on various sides, right? If Trump was not president, I think this office and these positions and the way this stuff would have ran would have been a little different. Unfortunately, that's not the reality. And so, in many ways, this city has elected a mayor that is going to be more compliant to the Trump regime than someone else. The same way that Eric Adams is more compliant with the Trump administration. You're not going to get someone that's going to be defiant to Trump. This mayor and this administration, this city, one could argue can't afford to be, but don't have any interest to. You're not going to see that here. You're going to see that in New York, right, with Mondani, which is why they don't want Mondani. Even his governor, Shapiro, he plays that talk, but he's not about that walk. We're about to see trans people in this state, in this Commonwealth, be discriminated and being reduced to second-class citizens under the Shapiro administration because this governor wants to kowtow to Republicans on some things to get other things done. That is how moderate Democrats operate. And as my grandmother used to say, expect what you accept. You've accepted this, people. Expect it. Everybody wanted to accept moderates and wanted moderate establishment people in office. expect this behavior because this is what they do. And they're not deviating from who they are and what they're about. But we, the people, we, the voters, we played safe. And when you play safe, this is what you get. You don't get innovation. You don't get progress. You get the appearance, the aesthetic of it, right? You get the front cover of the Philadelphia Inquirer. You get the idea and the imagination of it, but you're not going to get it in policy. And you're damn sure not about to get it in anything that is going to shake the boat and rock the boat. We're at a time where we need a revolution. We're going to get something completely different in this current administration. And I think that I should say that I've seen enough to feel like that's what it is. And listen, I don't know. Some people are okay with that. Some people can reconcile with that. I don't know how I fully feel about it, because some people can say that it's pragmatism, that a black woman in this position is pragmatic for her own safety. But the way in which it's carrying it out is not sometimes about what you do, but it's how you do it. And we got to be brutally honest. And we got to have some uncomfortable opinions about it. And that's my uncomfortable opinion. It's uncomfortable, to be honest. It's uncomfortable that what could have been a promising administration, and I would say, people could say, well, there's still hope. I don't know. Because the way in which all this has been started, we have a mayor that's on defense mode. We have a mayor that anytime this administration is going to get any critique, it's going to be framed as everybody's a hater. Everybody wants everything is an evil. It's a them versus us. And sometimes that's not what the fuck it is. I don't hate the mayor. I don't. I'm not a hater of the Parker administration. I would like to see this administration win, because I recognize that if it do not, we might not get another black mayor in the next era. We may not get another black mayor. We may not get another woman mayor in the next era if this does not work. I would like it to work, but I would like the people in power to actually listen without being defensive. Listen without being so quick to derail and deflect and distract. But it's a democracy it's a republic as long as you can keep it. It's a democracy as long as you want it. And if this is not what people want, if they want an authoritarian leader, if they want someone to just be black but be leading like a white dictator, then so fucking be it. But I thought we wanted something different. I thought we wanted change. I thought that we wanted something that was bigger than just representational politics alone. I don't know what people want. I don't know. I don't know what the voters want at this point. But I'm telling you what we're facing and what it's looking like. And it ain't looking that good. And that's that. So moving along, Ask Ernest, you all had a lot of questions about these celebrity deaths. And there were so many deaths that I couldn't be able to just ignore it. I try not to really talk about every celebrity death, because if you talk about one and don't talk about the other, people think this and third. But I do want to say, what I will say to add to the conversation is that we recognized two different deaths that show us the epitome of power and reflection and legacy. Yes, Ozzy Osbourne died. I'm not talking about him. That other guy, that jazz guy who made some good music, he passed away. R.I.P. to that man. But I want to talk about two deaths in particular that are on two different polarizing ends of irreverence and just complete and total fuck you. So Malcolm Jamal Warner, who was Theo in The Cosby Show, had an untimely death based on he was at the beach. There was a wave that led to suffocation. He left behind a family. He left behind an powerful legacy, right? He was more than just Theo. He was a Black actor that was very thoughtful about the roles that he played and the depiction of Black masculinity in the way in which he did. His Black male characters throughout his career show vulnerability, intellect, curiosity, creativity at a time where a lot of Black cinema and television continues actually to depict Black men as either being hypermasculine, overly sexual, or problematic. Malcolm Jamal Warner had a range, and his range of showing the humanity of Black men, even through youth and adulthood, and just loving. His characters loved on Black women. His characters loved being a learner, a doer. He was just the epitome of what good Black TV was and good Black entertainment was. That it could be wholesome, but it could also not be corny. That it could be funny and provocative, but also be good. And that's the type of legacy that he's left to cinema, to theater, to film, to entertainment. And a lot of people, including Beyonce and others, have it hit them because I was born in 1991. So I watched Cosby Show reruns and I watched his other shows. And so you know him even if you didn't grow up in the exact era, right? But there is a lasting imprint that he's made on so many people. And so to all the Gen Xers out there, you know, I bash you all a lot. I give you all a hard time, but I can only imagine what that feels like because heaven forbids, you know, look, Raven, That's So Raven, if anything was to happen to her, I know her history is complicated, but That's So Raven, what that's going to mean to us, you know, and I know she was on the Cosby Show as a little baby, so she's been TV royalty. But if we lose Kyra Pratt, the millennials are not going to know what to do. If we lose Raven, listen, there are certain people that if we lose, I'm trying to explain to millennials, like, it's like losing Hillary Duff. It's like losing Kyra Pratt. It's like losing Raven Simone for us, millennials. That's what it's like for them to lose Malcolm Jamal Warner, okay? And Gen Zers don't watch TV, so they don't really count, okay? But, like, that's what it's like for them right now. That's what they're going through. You know, I understand. I understand. And my heart goes out to his family and the fans. What a legacy he's left. And he's always a model for Black actors that are young in this business. You know what it would be like if we lost Keke Palmer? Millennials, if we lost Keke Palmer, Black millennials, if we lost Keke Palmer, that's how they're feeling right now. Theo was the embodiment of that for them. I get it. That possibility model, that, you know, it's just, yeah. When people say what kind of career model or what kind of aspiration, right, you want to see in entertainment for Black men, young actors, look at Malcolm Jamal Warner's career. Look at the type of roles he played and the characters he played, because there's an opportunity for that. You don't have to be, you know, we don't all got to be Tariq's on Power. No shade. I'm just saying there's other ways we can be. And he showed that, and it was beautiful. And so rest in paradise to that man. Now let's go into a different conversation that is not paradise. Rest in piss to this man. Hulk Hogan, okay? Look, I grew up watching WWF. I watched it when it was WWF. And then it became WWE. But I grew up when it was WWF. And so I know who Hulk Hogan is. We all do, right? As a wrestler, Hulk Hogan was entertaining, right? I never forget the Slim Jims when I was little, the commercials when I was little, when I used to watch WWF and I used to hear about them, you know, it was the Slim Jims and all that. I remember all of that. WCW, listen, that was my world. But Hulk Hogan did not let his legacy stay where it was at. He was a union buster for the wrestlers. Okay, Jesse Ventura said he was union busting. We don't do that over here. He was a racist, a loud, proud racist that said the N-word, not it was the hard when describing his daughter dating a Black man. Okay, this man was a Trump supporter. His last major public appearance was defending MAGA last year. And there was so many other issues with Hulk Hogan. I can go down a whole laundry list. But this man was not a brother brother is what he used to say. No. He didn't see in his imagination, his fandom. I'll never forget too, the black influencer, the young lady who was a black influencer who got signed to one of his brands to promote one of his products, I believe, like his vodka or something, his beer or something. And he saw her and found out she was black, and the next day she was let go. That Hulk Hogan, right? No. They say don't speak ill on the dead, but please. Y'all, stop it. I'm not saying we should celebrate that he's dead. I'm just saying I'm not mourning his death. Okay? I'm not celebrating his death, but I'm not mourning it. I'm not going to sit up and do a sanitized version of Hulk Hogan, because I tell people, what's the point of living on earth if your legacy is what you create of it, the reputation that you create of it. If you don't want people to roll their eyes or go next to your death, then live a life that's worth celebrating afterwards. Live a life like Malcolm Jamal Warner, where we can all say, wow, that was an unfortunate situation. We miss him. We're going to celebrate his memory. We're going to uplift the impact that he made in black cinema and in Hollywood. You can do that. Hulk Hogan was an entertainer. Hulk Hogan could have left a legacy that was that. Everybody wants to talk about it was complicated. It ain't no fucking complicated. That man, on so many aspects of his life, was very clear and transparent about where he stood politically and what kind of America he wanted. And he wanted to send us back to a different era where it would be okay to say the N-word, and where black men can be degenerated and disgraced, and that black women don't see a space in place to be working for him, that workers cannot get a fair equal pay equity share. That man made it very clear what kind of America he wanted to live in. And it was to see people like myself not exist, or not to be considered a full-bodied citizen like him. He was a bigot. He was a white supremacist. And I don't mourn his death. And quite frankly, I'm not going to tell half of the story of that man. That while he was a talented wrestler, that was a part of a new era of entertainment, he was also a union-busting, sexist, racist pig. And quite frankly, he terrorized the lives of others while he was living. Period. People say don't speak ill on the dead. Well, the dead should not live ill on while living. Period. So, those are my thoughts. So with movies, Fantastic Four, people seem to like these remakes, for better or for worse. I've never been crazy about Fantastic Four, but people liked it. It did well at the box office. People are hype about it. But I want to talk about nostalgia that I do like and remakes that I do excite for. I cannot wait for Freakier Friday. I've seen a lot of promo. I've seen Lindsay Lohan shining. I've seen Jamie Lee Curtis in her element. Freakier Friday did a world premiere. I won't say anything, but I think this is a great sequel. I'm excited about this film, and I'll just say that. But, you know what? You know why we like some remakes? Because it's been over 20 years. And to see everybody alive and back for this remake is beautiful. Because it's a sequel that was 20 years in the making. And now it's back at a time where we actually would love to see it come back. See, this is the problem with other sequels. Y'all drop these sequels and y'all make us miss anybody. We miss Lindsay Lohan in a major cinema role. It seems like Lindsay Lohan in Disney is where she needs to be. It seems like anything that she's done since Disney, since her era, Disney and Lindsay Lohan is where it's at. Because the nostalgia is there. And it's the type of nostalgia that we want and we need. That's why I think the Lilo and Stitch remake did really well. Because I think the gap is bring it back 20 years later. Let us miss it. We miss Freaky Friday. We miss this. The fact that they're doing a sequel to the sequel. And Lindsay Lohan was the queen of remakes for Disney. The Parent Trap was a Disney remake that she was in. The Freaky Friday is a remake from another Disney remake. And the fact that this original Freaky Friday, she brought it back and it was so good that we wanted a sequel to it. My God. And I might even be more bold to say, can we bring back can we have a Parent Trap, But Natasha, she's dead. I forgot. Okay, the mother, y'all know, the Haley's, the mother, she passed away. So I guess we can't have a remake to that. However, I'm okay with 103 Dalmatians. Okay, Glenn Close, baby. We want Cruella de Vil to come back. I'll say it. We ain't had a remake. 102 Dalmatians been over, 25 years old? Glenn Close, come back with the fur. It's time. I'm putting it on the table. I want 103 Dalmatians. Which again was a remake from the Disney animated version. But still, so good. So great. Glenn Close, bring it back. It's been 30 years since the original 101 Dalmatians remake. It's time. It's been about 25 years since the 102 Dalmatians. Iconic films that I grew up on. I don't mind it. Glenn Close, come back, honey. Come back. And let me say why. Because The Devil Wears Prada 2, 20 years since the original film. May 1st, 2026, I will be there. I will be there. See, these are the remakes we want. Give us, the special number is 20. Give us a remake 20 years after the original. That's the special number, 20 years. Let us miss it, for real, for real. Lilo and Stitch remake, 20 years. Freakier Friday, 20 years. Devil Wears Prada, 20 years. 20 years. We need 20 years, okay, before y'all give us another one. I think the problem is that there's been too many sequels coming out. The gag is there's been more sequels to the Avengers and Toy Story. God damn it. There's been so many sequels to Toy Story that we haven't been able to rest, and that's why we're getting fatigued. There's been so many sequels to all these other films that come out inside of all these that's why they're not landing the way they used to. I need a sequel that give me some years. I need to see some age. I need to see some growth. What happened to Andy? What happened to Miranda Priestley 20 years later? You know, what happened to industry, right? It's something to be said. Even Freakier Friday. I mean, Lindsay Lohan hasn't aged 20 years since then, to be honest. But we, you know, there's some story there. We've had some time. A new generation can appreciate the film. Like, I'm going to let my brother, because my younger brother was shit. He was born the year Freaky Friday came out. So he doesn't even understand the power of this. He needs to go on Disney Plus and watch it so that he can catch up and understand why this movie is so good. He was like 2 when The Devil Wears Prada came out, but I watched it so much that he definitely knows the film. But it's time. We need these movies. So I'm here for it. Now, as far as music goes, I just want to start by saying the girls are doing everything but music right now. I mean, not that I need them to, but like Rihanna, Meg Thee Stallion. I mean, I think Meg Thee Stallion should take a music break. I ain't gonna hold you. Sabrina Carpenter, Ariana Grande's taking, I get it for her. Taylor Swift needs the break. I get it. Beyonce just finished the Cowboy Carter tour in Vegas with Destiny's Child. So I get it. But it's like the girls are just not doing everything but music right now. I don't know how I feel. Dua Lipa, come back with something. I don't know. I like the last album. I know a lot of people wasn't here for the last album, but I like the last album. Lord's album kind of came and went. Y'all notice that? Like, we wanted some more of her, and then she kind of came and went. I mean, no shade. Dua Lipa is just turned 30. Or she's about to turn 30 next month. I mean, Radical Optimism wasn't doing what it was supposed to do, but, I don't know. We need something. I don't know. Rihanna, where you at, girl? Pregnant again. But we do have Cardi B. So September is going to be great. Sarah McLachlan is coming back, which I'm excited about. But guess who's coming back with her 16th album? Her last album came out in 2017. I don't necessarily know if I'm excited. Here for it all. September 26th, the week after Cardi B's return. Mariah Carey, her album, she just dropped a new song called Sugar Sweet. She's got some collaborations on there with Kalani and other women. It's not bad. It's just, Okay. Like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like I like Mariah Carey. Don't get it twisted. I like Mariah Carey. But I don't know. Mariah Carey just, you know, I I feel like I'm going to put her in a category with Madonna and Janet at this point. I don't want any new music from any of them, to be honest. I'm ready to be honest about it. I don't want any new music from Janet. I don't need any new music from Madonna. Maybe some singles every blue moon. I do like me some Madonna, but I don't necessarily need a new album from any three of them, the three of them anymore. I feel like we've got enough music, and what they're putting out is just, it's not shaking the table. Like Madonna has made some reinventions, and Ray of Light, Confessions on the Dance Floor, where you could go, oh my goodness, it's exciting, it's new. She hasn't dropped any music like that in a while now, if I'm being honest. Like a while. Like I would say the last time I got excited about a Madonna album was MDNA, and even people criticized and said that wasn't good enough. Rebel Heart was okay, but then after Rebel Heart, to be honest, I mean, it's been like 10 years. She's just, I mean, I couldn't tell you the latest album she's been doing. Like Madam X, what was that? Like, just, she's just going to keep giving us remixes to her greatest hits. That's fine. She's been in the game for 40 years now, plus 40 years, her and Janet. And Mariah's been around for over 30 years, about to be 40 very soon. I just, we don't need no, I don't know if we need any new music, but she's still pushing. And why not, right? Why not? But, So TV, still watching Love and Hip Hop, Atlanta, loving it. Notice there's no Love and Hip Hop Miami. Or is it just now we're down to one? We're down to one Love and Hip Hop now? Is that what's happening? I can't confirm nor deny. Because we don't have, New York was the original one. Love and Hip Hop New York was the one that started it all. Then there was Atlanta. Then there was Hollywood. Then there was Miami. Yeah, it was 4, right? It was New York, Atlanta, Hollywood, and Miami. Then New York went away. Then Hollywood went away. And then we were down to Atlanta and Miami. And now we're not really hearing much about Miami, at least for now. Hopefully it doesn't go away. But now we're just with Atlanta. And Atlanta is just where it's at. It's just the most consistent one. We're on the 13th season. And I just am engrossed in these characters. I'm engrossed in all of it. Carly Red has been on since the first season. And she's still on. Rashida and Kirk, still on. Still holding on. Young Jock, all of these people are still, some of them Scrappy and Mama D, still on. So, Erica's still there. The girls are still, Scrappy still ain't learned his lesson. Still out here having babies, just still out here, just cutting up. A kid that will never grow up. But I do want to talk about something that you all have been bringing to my attention, and I just want to confirm I've received it. I have heard about the Jussie Smollett documentary on Netflix. It's coming out next month, like late August. No, I'm not in it. No one's called me to participate in the documentary. I am not in this documentary. I've heard about the documentary for quite some time, but I didn't know where it was going to land, if it was going to land anywhere. But it is now going to be on Netflix, and apparently there is an attempt to try to reimagine what happened or talk about it in a different way. Y'all, apparently, there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk. And I don't know, what's going on there. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on there. And it's one of those things where we got to let this go. Hold that L. You know what I'm saying? Hold that L. Hold that L. Hold that L, Jussie. You've moved on. You've paid your debts to society. You spent your time. Did I think you need to be in prison for the rest of your life? No, absolutely not. But at this point, it's time to let this go. If you don't want to admit that you lied, okay. The hood knows. We all know. It is what it is. Hold the L, move the fuck on, and stop it. He's telling people that this is going to be the show and the episode that's going to exonerate him. Exonerate him. This is going to be the show. This documentary is going to prove that it. Sir, as somebody, and listen, I'm going to watch it and I'm going to review it because I know y'all want me to, and I'm going to because I'm curious. But I've won national awards. I have wrote about this. I have explored this. I've even spoken to Jussie Smollett. Okay? For over 3 hours. Okay? We spoke for over 3 hours on a phone call. This man reached out to me, and I told y'all that story, and I might revisit that later on, but I had his number. We was messaging each other. When the trial was over and everything went down, he cut me off. He didn't like me, blocked me from everything. But baby, I kept them screenshots. I still got that number. The girls know, okay? We don't do that over here. But all I'm gonna say is that I tried, y'all, to understand and understand what happened to him. He lied. I am convinced that man lied. That shit. Look, I got folks from Chicago. I was born in Chicago. I even, when I went to Chicago, went to the area at the scene of the crime, with the subway and where everything was at. Y'all, it's not adding up. It never has. It never will. And I don't know how he's going to try to talk about this. I predict that what's going to happen is we're going to talk about the aftermath, the narratives, the homophobia, the politicizing of it. We're going to talk about that and how it may have impacted his mental health and his emotions or whatever. That's fine. I'm not denying all that to him. But again, I don't see a reality to which it wasn't what it was. Hell, even the dudes involved have said that. They have admitted and said it was them. They've admitted that it's delusion at this point. And I'm willing to tell y'all, I will tell y'all some things that I didn't say before when I interviewed him that might put this in for, but I think the dude, homeboy, suffers from, and I'm not trying to diagnose him or anything, but he's got a lot of ego. He's got a lot of ego. He's got a lot of ego. And he thinks super highly of himself. And he is, in many ways, has made an impact and has made history in his own right. But dude really has delusions of grandeur about himself in a way that I think, child. But now everything makes sense. He announced his engagement. He's doing couple of these movies he's been doing. He's trying to make a comeback. He's trying to get into good graces. Y'all, it's just until this man, not that we care, but until he gets really fesses up, it's not going to happen for him either way. People are just ready to move on and just let it be. I think if he was smart, he would just let it go and move on and just move on, because the rest of us are. But he's still trying to control this narrative. And I think he's actually going to make it worse for himself than good in what his mission is with this comeback. But I digress. We will watch it. We're going to stay tuned on that for sure. And as far as this week goes, there's so much ahead. There's a lot ahead. Not bad stuff per se, but just getting ready for this vacation. I got a couple of events and gigs I have coming up. I plan to see some interesting musical theater. More on that as we get to it. Yeah, I got some things, some stuff coming up that I can't wait to share and to unpack and dive into. Definitely going to be making some appearances on some various media outlets this week, and so everybody should just stay tuned. And just looking forward to the last days of July, and to see how some other stuff unfold politically. You know, what's going to happen in the Parker administration? What's going to happen with this Epstein situation? It's giving Dragon Ball Z. It's giving a lot. And I'll be here to cover it. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.